Sorry, I think my sound was not on. Let me try that again. Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Friday, March 13th, 2026. Today is a special episode of the Dan Norton Show because I have a special guest, Dr. Harry Binswanger, who will be here at 4:30 p.m. Pacific to discuss open immigration. I wanted to come on a little early just to make sure everything's working okay, maybe do a sound check. I've got a somewhat new setup here with OBS software, which I've used before, but I'm still fairly new to it, so I am still making sure I've got it all working smoothly. Right now, oh, it looks like I'm using the wrong microphone, so I just switched microphones. Did you notice a change in quality, or at least some change? Hopefully it sounds a little better now. Apparently I have to select my podcast mic in a different place than I selected in Zoom. And I just did that, so I think it should sound a little better now. I can actually check it on my end if I turn on my YouTube volume for a minute. Okay, I think it's back to the normal podcast mic now. All right, I'm going to take a cough drop here because I still haven't completely gotten over my cough. I see a couple people here in the chat. Audrey is here. So more people are here. James Rothering, hello. Greg Lewis, Simon. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it should sound better. Audrey says the switch to the microphone sounds way better. Yeah, so the mic you're hearing right now is this podcast mic. And the one you were hearing before was the mic from my AirPod. And I had the correct mic selected in Zoom, but I forgot I have to select the correct mic in my basic system sound settings for my entire computer, not just Zoom, in order for the sound to come through the correct channel. I did get your private message, Audrey, by the way, about the time. Yeah, so I put on the thumbnail that I just said 4:30, but I didn't say exactly what starts at 4:30, so that's just when the interview with Harry Binswanger starts, but the live stream itself starts at 4, and I wasn't sure if I should put both times on the thumbnail or if I just should put one of them, or if it'd be confusing to have both. So I could have said show starts at 4, interview starts at 4:30, and I actually did say that in the description. But I hope that clears things up. I figured if I'm only going to put one time on the thumbnail, maybe I should put the time the interview starts, so people, so that's the time that's most in people's mind. But thanks for that message, Audrey. She says, "Who's here for the party?" Okay, you're reminding me now. I need to make sure I have some other settings in OBS correct now, because when I switch between scenes, to do that smoothly, I will need to select certain properties. See, right now you're not going to see anything because I haven't told OBS that it needs to capture my Zoom feed. So this is going to be for when I want to share the chat window. I will just be in a little box in the corner, and then in the rest of the screen
or part of the rest of the screen, I'm going to select the chat window. So let me do that now. See, if I had more time before the stream went live, I could have done this all in advance, but I was pretty busy with some other things, so I'm doing it now. In the 23 minutes I have left before Harry comes on. Let's see, where's my chat window? Here we go. I often like to share the chat window. So that should show up in just a few seconds. Let's see, that's going to be, hold on. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so now the chat window shows up, but I need to resize it a little bit to give it the best fit. Let's see, part of the left side is getting cut off here. Okay. And maybe make it a little smaller. There, now I think you can see the whole window, including the dollar sign by the in the bottom right. Which reminds me, I am taking super chats. So if you want to help support my show, my work of promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy, you can make a super chat or super sticker contribution down there. Anything from 99 cents all the way up to $500. I think that's the range for super chats and super stickers. I think they go up like maybe to $50. I think it's a different range. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like 50 is the highest. But Valkist is here. Hello. But super chats, you can go all the way up to 500. I'm trying to make this a self-sustaining venture. And I'm not sure yet how I'm going to do questions. If I'm going to do questions during the interview with Harry, I was thinking maybe I would reserve about 10 minutes. I'm going to have an hour with him. That's all that's guaranteed. He said he'd come on for an hour. So I thought maybe I would reserve the last 10 minutes for questions from the audience, if there are questions. And I would prioritize super chats if there are super chats. So I guess that's what I'll do. I'm just deciding this right now on the fly. I'll say that I'll set aside at least 10 minutes at the end for audience questions, and I will give priority to super chat questions and rank them by amount. So if you want to ask Harry a question, you can submit a super chat. If you want to ask Harry a... Okay, so let's see, what other things do I need to get set up here before we start? I need to go back to OBS and oh yeah, I want to make sure I have the correct Chrome window set up. Let's see, is it going to already have a window selected? Let me check something. Oh, Audrey Lee just submitted a super chat for $5. How does Rand / Peikoff solve the problem of induction? Wow. All right, I'm going to give that a heart and a like. And oh, hi, Robert. Robert is also here. I forgot to say that I will prioritize questions about the topic we're discussing today, the main topic, which is immigration. So you can submit questions on other topics, like Audrey just did, on induction, but I will give priority to super chats related to open immigration or immigration. Sorry, I forgot to mention that before. I don't know if that makes a difference on whether you would have submitted the super chat. So I don't know if Harry's going to want to answer that, but we can try at least, depending. So I can't guarantee that I will be able to get through all the super chat questions. I don't know how many there are going to be. So if I have a lot of super chats and we only have 10 minutes for them, I don't know if we'll be able to get through them all. Maybe, depending on how much time is spent on each one. But we'll see. And I guess if we don't have time to get to a given question during this show, maybe we can do it in another show. But in any case, thank you, Audrey, for that super chat. Now, I don't know if was that meant for Harry or was that meant for me to answer right now or later? That didn't even occur to me. I guess you could have been asking that for Harry or for me, but I was guessing. I was assuming you meant that as a question for Harry, since I was just talking about there will be an opportunity to submit super chats for Harry. But if that's not the case, you can let me know. All right, let me see what else I need to get set up here. Oh, yeah, I was going to make sure I have my correct Chrome window open. Okay. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Thanks for any likes on the stream. I definitely appreciate that. Thanks for any new subscribers, shares. I was pleased with all the feedback on my Facebook post. I put out an announcement a couple days ago that I was going to do this interview on Facebook, and a lot of people were pleased by that, so that was good to see. And I picked up a couple subscribers since I announced the show. So maybe this interview will also help get some new subscribers. All right, I've got one window open that I'm going to need later. But let's see, there's... I think there's... Okay, I'm going to minimize this. You might see my cursor moving around because I didn't turn it off when I think there's a way to turn it off, but you don't see what I'm clicking on and pointing at in other windows right now. Maybe I'll try to turn that off. Chat window. Oh, actually, I think I have to... Okay, maybe if I go into the properties, I can adjust that. Oh, okay, I think I just... Yeah, there we go. I just turned off the cursor, so now you don't see my... I might want that later, but for now, I'm going to turn it off. I wonder if you'll still see the highlighting, like if I highlight part of the chat, but you just don't see the cursor. Let me try that. Oh, Jason Rule just came in with a super chat. Okay. Related to immigration. Okay. Thanks for that chat, Jason Rule. Okay, I just highlighted a chat. Does that show up as gray highlighted? How does that appear? Yeah, it looks like it did show up with gray highlighting. So you don't see the cursor, but you do see the highlighting. So that's good to know. Oh, actually, it looks like the highlighting it shows up in blue until I release. While I click on it, while I'm holding the click down to highlight it, I guess it's blue, and then after I let up, it turns gray. I guess that's how it works. Okay. Let me give that a heart and a like. See, when I click on it, sometimes it's finicky and it doesn't take, but... oh, I wasn't quick enough to reply. I was going to reply to the chat like I did for Audrey's, and so that tag shows up that says thanks for the super chat. But you have to reply really quickly, like within a minute or two. And I wasn't quick enough that time. But I can still type it. It just doesn't have that aqua tag like I had up here for when I was replying to Audrey's, because I didn't reply quick enough. Let's see, Jason. I'm going to check out your channel. Okay. Looks like you might be new here, because I don't remember seeing Jason Rule here before. All right. Let's see. What else do I need to get set up in OBS? Oh, yeah. I was going to make sure I had the window, my Chrome window, correct. Okay. I think it's going to ask me to select which window I want. Yeah. It doesn't already have a Chrome window. Properties. Okay, this is the one I want. There we go. So I might share some things on here later. Let me resize that a bit. Make sure it all fits. Actually, I'm just going to temporarily hide that while I pull up a document. Let's see, what's the file name? Oh, yeah. Here it is. Now there's a certain graphic in this article I might want to share later. Ah, here it is. This is what I wanted. Okay, let me see what else I wanted. Okay, I can show this again. Let's see, Zoom. Do I need to do anything in Zoom? I think Zoom is ready to go. I guess I can adjust a few of these settings here. Okay. All right, 6 minutes till Harry is scheduled to arrive. And I think I have everything ready to go on my end now. Let me just pull up my notes for the conversation. I did make a few notes. Oh, yes, I just remembered one other thing. Actually, I think I'm going to share this later. And when Harry dials in, I think I might go backstage just for a minute. Make sure everything is ready to go on his end before I bring him on. And I think I'll just mute myself temporarily while I do that. So I might disappear for a minute, and if things work as I intend, I'll have a slide to show that just says "show will continue shortly," something like that, while I'm backstage with him, and then I'll just be back in a minute or so. So any minute now, I'll expect him to show up. Okay, just a reminder, in case you're joining now, I plan to reserve the last 10 minutes of the hour-long interview for audience questions. So if you have a question that you want to ask Harry, you could submit a super chat, and I will give priority to super chats. With the highest dollar amount getting priority. I see Stephen Katz is here. Hi, Stephen. Oh, Prophet Divinity is also here. Liam, hi. Yeah, I'm excited for this episode as well. Welcome. Let's see. Stephen has a super chat for $5. Now, Stephen submitted a contribution through PayPal in my last live stream, so he's got a balance built up that he can draw from. So even if he doesn't do a super chat now, I can still count his question there as a super chat. I'm just reading it right now. Okay. Let me copy that. Maybe I should copy all the super chats into a separate location. Actually, if I choose fan funding, it'll group together all the super chats. So that's a way I can quickly get to them. Oh, I didn't realize I had the Harry's bio on the screen there. I meant to have the chat window. I'll get to the bio later after Harry comes on. And I think I will probably clip this out as its own video afterwards. I'm not sure when, but hopefully within the next few days, I will clip out the interview and publish it as its own video, and then that'll make it good for sharing. Like if you just want to share the interview, it'll just be a video by itself. Oh yeah, so I was going to go back to copying these. Actually, the one I really want to copy is Stevens because that's the one most in danger of. Oh, Harry Binswanger has entered the waiting room. Okay, I'm going to go backstage and get Harry set up, and then I'm going to rejoin you shortly after that. All right, so I'll be back in just a minute or two. All right. Forgot my mic was off. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with Harry's camera. I was able to hear him okay, but for some reason his camera was not working, and he had used Zoom earlier today. So it's a mystery as to what the issue is, but he said he's going to reboot his computer, and hopefully that will fix whatever problem he was having with his camera. And we'll get started soon after that. So I'm just waiting for him to call back in on Zoom. I see we've got 20 people here watching. Thank you for being here. I saw it said 27 a little bit ago, so that was a record. I think 20 is the highest it's ever been on a live stream before, but I did see, at least briefly, it was up. Oh, now it said it's up to 27 again. I'm looking on my phone here. It gives me a counter. So we've set a record in terms of attendance today. Harry said I could just read his bio while he's rebooting his computer. I'm just, maybe I'll do that in a second, but he said it would be a pretty quick reboot also, but maybe I'll just catch up on the chat a little bit before, rather than read the bio. It's mind-boggling that we waste a half hour on how things work. Okay, not sure what that means. Why won't you and Harry answer my question? Jason, the interview hasn't started yet. It's going to be at the end that I take questions. I mean, I guess I could throw them in during the interview if it seems like particularly relevant to something we're discussing at that moment. But we'll get to it at some point. Oh, yeah, I wanted to copy down Steven's question because that one wasn't in a super chat form here, but he did contribute through PayPal. Let's see, where is that? Ah, here it is. And okay, and then one more. Oh, Audrey's was the other. Oh, Harry is back. Okay, I'm going to go back into the backstage right now, and then I'll be back hopefully in just a minute after we confirm things are working. All right. Harry is
You have
now
the chair.
online. Suited up now in his jacket. All right. So I just want to copy one thing into my list of super chats before we get started here. Oh, yes. Audrey had submitted a super chat, and I'm going to copy that into my list. Make sure I don't lose track of that. Okay. I think we are ready to go now. So let me just pull up Harry's bio, and then we will begin. Okay. Welcome to the Dan Norton Show. This is a special edition of the show because I have Dr. Harry Binswanger with me to discuss open immigration. Dr. Binswanger is a leading objectivist philosopher who knew Ayn Rand and was a friend of Ayn Rand in her final years. He is a PhD in philosophy from Columbia University, who's taught at Hunter College, as well as the New School for Social Research and the University of Texas at Austin. He's the author of How We Know, Epistemology on an Objectivist Foundation, the creator and compiler of the Ayn Rand Lexicon, publisher and editor of the Objectivist Forum, editor with Leonard Peikoff of audio tape workshops on objectivist epistemology, the author of Biological Basis of Teleological Concepts, a book integrating Ayn Rand and Darwin on biological goal-directedness, and for 38 years, he was a member of the board of directors of the Ayn Rand Institute. And just on a personal note, I've known Harry for decades, and I've learned a tremendous amount from him over the years, and including in a graduate seminar that I took with him on Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, Harry. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I expect to enjoy it a lot.
Excellent. Okay, so our subject today is immigration, in particular open immigration. Harry has some very radical views on that subject. And to start, I think it's often good just to define our terms and say what we mean. So when you talk about immigration or open borders, what do you mean by that?
Well, much more than you think, and much less in operation. I think aside from war, if you're at war, as many countries are, and arguably we are today, but this is a temporary condition. Aside from war, there should be no sign that you've crossed the border into the U.S., other than perhaps a billboard, "Welcome to the U.S." The border does not exist to control people. It exists to control government. A nation's territory, that over which it has sovereignty, is the area that its police are limited to and where its law is enforced. So we need the Mexican police to know they can't cross over and enforce Mexican law here. And we need American police to know they can't cross over into Mexico and enforce American law in Mexico. So it's for the police and any other force wielders of the government, military for instance, to know where their jurisdiction lies, where they can enforce law and the law of their land, and where they can't. It has nothing to do with the movement of you and me and Jose and Ahmad. No, is Ahmad? I don't know if that's a good Arab name. It has nothing to do, Muhammad. It has nothing to do with that. There's no right to interfere with the free movement of other people. And they have no right to interfere with your free movement. You should be free to take a plane to Heathrow, get off, and walk right to your hotel without being stopped by customs, without being stopped by immigration. Those people have no right to interfere with you when you go somewhere. And our government has no right to interfere with the movement of people into our country and out of our country and then you want to know what kind of controls would there be? The same controls there are over you. Do you think the police have the right to stop you when you're going into the grocery and say, papers? Show me your papers. What permission do you have to be here? Can the police say, well, you know, you've got white hair, and there's a lot of people with white hair, I say that because I have white hair, have committed petty theft, so we're going to ask you to step in here and prove you haven't committed any petty thefts. You can't do that. And you can't check the criminal record. You can't detain a person coming across the border to check his criminal record, which probably wouldn't be very informational anyway, because, well, I'll get to that. Crime is a topic that we'll get to. So, welcome to America is the only border control, which is not a control, it's a welcome, that there should be. And this is radical, but radical means fundamental. The fundamental I'm getting to is no man has the right to initiate physical force against another. 2, government has no powers, no just authorized powers except what the individual has and delegates to the government. You can't stop someone at the border and say, hey, you're coming into the area where I live. Not my property, but you're coming on a road that is in my town, so I get to hold a gun to your head and demand that you prove to me you're not a criminal. Or whatever it is that you want him to prove to you. You have no right to do that. 300 million of us have no right to do that, so we can't delegate that right to the government. Government has no just power to interfere with anyone without probable cause. So my principle is whatever they can do to you when you walk into your neighborhood grocery store, and whatever they can't do to you, is the same standard at the border, which should not even be noticed by people moving across it. So if you walk into a grocery store and you got a pistol held like this, yeah, the police have a right and a duty to stop you and remove that pistol and so forth. And if somebody's crossing the border with a pistol, it's exactly the same. But if you go across the street and are just normal looking and normal acting, the government has no right to stop you and make you prove a negative. Prove you're not a criminal. Prove you're not carrying an infectious disease. And by the same token, the government can't do that to any foreign person at the border. It makes no difference. This line between the U.S. and Mexico makes no difference to the rights of people. You can't initiate, and the government can't initiate, physical force against another person without grounds about him. He's doing something funny? Okay, yeah. You can stop him in Dubuque, and you can stop him in El Paso or the border with Mexicali with California. But without probable cause or reasonable suspicion, the police no one can interfere with the free movement of individuals. So that's what I'm advocating. I'm advocating full freedom. Freedom of movement as well as every other kind of freedom. And freedom means the right to take the actions required to sustain your life by your own judgment. And the proviso is as long as you do not use force on other people, as long as you respect their rights. But the people crossing the border are not violating any rights. Now, I should take a breath here to let you say something, Dan.
Okay. So one thing that I think some people might be concerned about, even people within objectivism, and I think there are differences among objectivists on the topic of immigration, is shouldn't there be at least some kind of minimal screening at the border in order to screen out people associated with drug cartels who are very violent? There's lots of murders committed in Mexico, just across the border. There's jihadists around the world who might want to come commit some kind of terrorist attack. And I think a lot of objectivists would say, yeah, I'm on board with a much freer system than we have today. Like, we shouldn't have quotas. It shouldn't take a years-long process and thousands of dollars to hire immigration attorneys to get in. But
No,
shouldn't we
that's
have
a
at
10
least
year.
like
It's a 10-year process.
okay, 10-year,
And it's up to around $100,000, I believe, to pay just to go through all the hoops, and they say, well, get in line for legal immigration. Yeah, that's a 10-year line with 100,000, certainly 50,000 in legal fees and all kinds of restrictions at the end of it. So it's not just a matter of like getting into a movie theater when you get to the back of the line.
yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of disagreement. Where do they get off is what you want to ask.
So
Or where
people,
do
I
I
think,
get
are
off?
they're generally sympathetic to the idea of freer immigration, but shouldn't there be at least a minimal amount, like 5-minute interrogation or interview at the border?
Yeah. If you think there should be at the grocery, and when you get on a bus, and when you walk down the street to go to the downtown from Midtown. My God, if you're coming from Midtown, who knows what kind of criminals there are in Midtown, and you're trying to get into downtown? So we have to have some kind of, I'm in principle, this is what they're saying, principle in favor of free movement, but there's a lot of crime. So if you're coming down from a minority neighborhood, we know there's a lot of crime up there, you've got to be searched and frisked, and you've got to answer, fill out some forms and show that you have a right to be outside of your ghetto. Then it would be a ghetto. So there's just, foreigners happen to be of the same species as you and I. Foreigners are human beings, and we have our rights as human beings. So the epistemological, separate the political or the metaphysical from the epistemological. The metaphysical point that all objectivists should agree upon is that peaceful, regular folks like you and I should be able to come, I should say you and me, should be able to just come in because we're not doing anything bad. There's no reason to think we'll ever do anything bad. And by bad, I mean rights violating. So the metaphysical principle is that the innocent, the self-supporting, the good people get to come in. Then the epistemological issue is, what do you have the right to do to people to find out if they're good or bad? If they're peaceful or violent, if they're rights respecting or rights violating. What do you have? And we have centuries of law that has evolved, in a constitution and a whole legal system that's devoted to answering that question and saying specifically, what is enough evidence to constitute an objective threat or even reasonable suspicion? I'm just saying apply those same epistemological standards to determine who is stoppable and who is not, that you do inside the country, because foreigners are human beings, just like you. So that's my position. It's an integration, that we have standards for. The government can't use force unless you are free to act. Now, certain things are forbidden to you, but the government can't do anything except what is permitted. This is a point Ayn Rand makes in The Nature of Government. The private citizen can do everything except what's forbidden. And what's forbidden is you can't beat people up, you can't rob them, You can't threaten them. You can't drag them off. That's basically that kind of thing. Then the standards that have developed are when does the government declare a threat or have the right to even investigate if there is a threat? And those are known. Those exist. And just the cherry on the cake, and then I'll take another breath. ICE. ICE is founded on the principle the government can find out who's a bad guy just by looking at them. We don't have to go through no stinking epistemological procedures. We look at a guy, we listen to his accent, and we know he's got to be detained. We know that he's liable to be subject by us to physical force. We can stop him. We can take him away to a detention center. We can question him. We can do all kinds of things, including kill them, we find out. That's what happens when you unleash the idea of standards from the entire common law and constitutional law basis that it has so painfully been won by developing. So if people would think about it and separate the metaphysical question, which I think we all agree on, from the standards of evidence question, then I think it's pretty clear that there has to be a reason to interfere with the motion of somebody. A reason about him, not he comes from an area with a lot of crime. So do people in the slums. They come from an area with a lot of crime. Let's say race A has a higher crime rate than race B. Does race B then have the government stop members of race A randomly and say, produce your papers, prove to me you're not a threat? That's racism. And it's racism when it's done at the border. I don't mean racism in the sense of bigotry. I just don't like these people. There's a hell of a lot of that in the common, the widespread xenophobia about immigration. But objectivists don't have that, I don't think. But it's racism in the sense that it's collectivism. You're saying, well, because 1 out of 10 people, and that is nowhere near that either, because 1 out of 10 Mexicans is involved in some kind of drug-related bad force-using thing, then we can investigate all of them en masse. That's collectivism. The fact that 1 out of 10 of your neighbors is a criminal doesn't mean you're under suspicion. People have free will. The fact that they come from a high crime area means nothing about what they are going to do. All right, so that's a very long answer to a brief question on your part.
I did look up some statistics shortly before the show, and I saw that Tijuana, right across the border from San Diego, I think a couple years ago, the murder rate per capita was, I think it was twice what it was in Memphis. So like in Memphis, maybe 1 out of 2,000 people were killed in a given year. And in Tijuana, 2 out of 1,000 people were killed in the same year. So
yeah, but if you're going to play the statistics game, you've given up individualism. But I could play it. Let's play it. Okay. Let's give up individualism. The border towns, just pretending, the border towns in the United States have a lower crime rate than the average for the United States. If you want to avoid crime, go to El Paso or San Diego. Go to even Bonita, right near the border. The crime rate there, according to Cato Institute, is lower in all the border towns with the South, on the South, than it is in the country. But it's kind of shocking to hear that, but when you think about it, it makes sense because people come to this country. Why do they come? To get welfare. No, they come for the American dream. So the better people come, the worst people stay behind. So it makes sense that there would be a big differential in the crime rate in our favor, so to speak, between Tijuana and Bonita.
Now, speaking of statistics, I guess in war, you mentioned at the outset that there's an exception for war. Is that just because statistically it's much more likely that there will be threats, like if we're at war with Iran, as we actually are right now, or
No,
Japan, Germany in World War II? There's a much higher statistical probability that, now it's not to say everyone from those countries
no.
is a terrorist or is going to be harmful, but
Yeah, would you keep out Jews from fleeing Nazi Germany? Roosevelt did, but is that right? Or Manzanar and the Japanese internment camps were based upon an irrational fear of native-born but Japanese ancestry individuals, and those things are not warranted. But if your country is possibly going to be invaded, it's not statistics. You have to intercept intelligence or have some reason to believe that there's going to be a problem. Now, if you're Israel, you've got plenty of reason to believe. You have knowledge, you have certainty. Every day you wake up to mortar attacks from the surrounding countries. So it's known that you have to enforce certain things at the border. But for the United States, is there really a problem of terrorists coming into the country? I don't think so. And it's certainly not of a order that it would be in a war if we were at war with Mexico. But that's inconceivable because we're so strong. But anyway, yeah, in principle, if you're at war with your neighbor, you damn well better patrol your border. But that's an entirely different situation. And it requires a declaration of war. Let me say something about crime on another front. Can I
sure,
do that, Dan?
yeah.
The whole issue of crime has been elevated to this monster status as if there were a huge problem for everyone in the country or even everyone in the border states with crime from immigrants. There is not, and even if there were, it's nothing compared to the crime committed against you by your government. Every year, your government takes thousands and thousands of your dollars in taxes. Every time you buy and pay a sales tax, the government has robbed you. The threat to your rights is not that some Mexican or Bolivian gang member is going to come into your nice neighborhood and for no particular reason beat you up or take your things. The thing that governments dealing with crime should be handled by the police. And if it's a problem, which it isn't, crime has been going down for decades and decades. But if it were a problem, get more police and fix the court system. These people, the right tries to trumpet these cases of he came in illegally 4 times, he was deported three of them, and now he's back and he's committed 100 felonies and he's out on the street anyway. We got to stop him. No, he should be in jail. Why isn't he in jail? Not for being an illegal alien, but for his crimes. The reason is it's very hard to put someone in jail. Unreasonably hard. The court system is way too slow. The judges are way too lenient. The whole thing, criminal and civil, needs to be reformed. So if you're worried about crime, which you're silly to be worried about crime unless you're living on the edge of a very sketchy neighborhood, then do what we have for crime. lobby for that to be beefed up. More police. And, when I say more police, let's quadruple the police. But real police, not ICE officers who have no accountability and are not part of our legal system. Real police with real training. And let's multiply, the courts are all clogged. Quadruple the number of courts. It's not a big expense. Neither one of them is a big expense. Welfare is a big expense. Socialist, I decided to call it socialist medicine. It's not socialized medicine. Socialist medicine is a huge expense. Social security is a huge expense. And all the other rat holes that they pour your money into are a huge expense. Cops, not a federal expense at all. State cops, how much does that cost? So the answer to crime is police and courts, not let's close off the borders and seal 9 innocent people to live in bad conditions and have no future in order to stop a mugging by a 10th who has no causal connection to those others. It's like suddenly crime has become the new climate catastrophism. We're all going to die from milder temperatures. We've got to change everything about what we do because the weather's going to get a little milder. It's the same kind of hysteria. Crime, what they're coming across. And I have one more thing. If you worry about crime, beef up the police and the courts. Build more prisons. The other thing, it went out of my aged brain. We'll get back to the other point. I'd rather have you say something.
Okay. I'd like to, I guess before we go on war is what I wanted to get back to a little bit. I just want to clarify, are you calling for, like a lot of people in Objectivism and maybe outside of Objectivism would say, yeah, in a free world, in a laissez-faire society, I'm happy to have open borders, open immigration, let people come in and out. But in today's world, mixed economy and the threat of jihad, that's where we should have some restrictions.
We don't have any threat of jihad.
Okay.
We don't have any threat. Just in the last few days, there have been a couple of shootings. A guy drove a truck into a temple, a synagogue in Michigan. And that's out of 330 million. And you see it for half an hour on TV, and they're terrible things. But they're the last gasp of people, they're naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone who committed that one. And the other one, I forget, but they do happen because they get a lot of publicity now. But it's not, keep a sense of proportion. They're not jihadists streaming in. And the answer to jihadism, if you think they are streaming in, the answer is regime change in Tehran. Don't pull back. Fight to win, as the Wall Street Journal put it. We have to have the end of those mullahs and a free or semi-free Iran. That way we don't have to worry about all the groups that Iran sponsors. And let's put some pressure on Putin. Let's put some pressure on Xi. We don't have to go to war with them, but we don't have to help them either. So a good foreign policy is the solution to such jihadists as we have in this country. Now, a harder question would be, what do you do if you're in Europe or in England and you see all these Muslims entering your country, which is not necessarily a good thing? What is the solution to that? And I have some ideas, but that's really a separate problem. We don't face that in the U.S. And I think it's handleable under an open immigration policy if, since you brought it up, don't give them any welfare and assimilate them. don't allow them to go about swaddled up. I mean, they have a right to wear the thing that leaves their face free, but you don't have a right to go out in public with your face hidden. If you're going out in public, you give implicit consent to people to see who you are. Now, I'm not absolutely certain about what I just said, but I think it's true. But in the wider principle is the European countries, and I include England in that, are not doing what they need to do to have a melting pot. They are allowing these enclaves to have their own law in certain cases. For the, what is it called, the banlieue in Paris, surrounding Paris, the police won't go in. That's surrendering sovereignty. Remember, I said the border is where you enforce your law. That is, the government enforces its law. You can't have enclaves of some other law and still have sovereignty. So I think that they have a problem worth discussing, but we don't have a problem of jihadists and Muslims swamping into this country.
Well, I wonder if the concern is not that we have it today, but if we did open the borders, then they would come and take advantage of that. Now it's easier.
Why would they want to? Why would they want to?
Death to America,
the great
right?
Satan? Yeah, what? Do you want to go to Tehran? Do you want to go to North Korea? Why would they want to go to a country they call evil? Those people wouldn't want to go.
They did it on 9/11, right?
Those were all visitors who were allowed in through immigration. They passed through immigration.
Sorry, I'm just
and that was only made
laptop.
possible by the long string of capitulations to crimes against Americans by Islamists overseas, starting with the seizure of the American embassy, for Christ's sake, for 444 days. That should have resulted in military action right then. Right then. Huge military. Those people should have been killed. The people who, the mullahs who arranged that capturing, they should have been killed. Now we're starting to kill some of them, and that's really a good thing. But you just can't you can't say, well, what policy ought we to have if we're not going to have the right policy? The right policy is capitalism and self-defense, which means not permitting foreign nations to kill Americans and then nothing happens. But we had that since 1979. So 2001 is what, 22 years. 22 years of repeated weakness, inviting them to do something like this. And what did we do when they did it? We bombed Afghanistan. We messed up a few training camps temporarily. And now the Taliban are back in Afghanistan. So a weak foreign policy is a corollary. The other weakness that creates an apparent problem is drug laws. You want to stop the Colombian cartels and the drug gangs? Legalize drugs, all of them. Freedom is the great solvent. If every drug were free to be sold, just the way you sell aspirin, a hit of heroin would be the cost of a pill of aspirin. There's a tendency for the rate of profit to be the same across the economy, and now it's a global economy, adjusted for risk. So if you put in a huge risk of selling something in the U.S., then you have to have a huge profit from the people who want it. They have to pay a huge profit. And that's where you get crime from. That's why gangsters in the U.S. came about during Prohibition. It was prohibition of alcohol that created organized crime in this country. And in the same way, it's the prohibition of drugs that creates the huge criminal problem of drug lords and drug gangs and drug dealers. In this country, we could get rid of it tomorrow, just legalize everything. And there's no reason to have it illegal. What's the reason? People don't even bother to give a reason. They will manufacture a few things. Wow, they'll be sold to children. No, they wouldn't. There wouldn't be, because there'd be no particular profit in it. There's no, if you were making a 5% return on selling heroin, why would you sell it to kids and risk, because that should be illegal. Kids cannot consent to, they're not old enough and rational enough to consent to taking drugs. But we are. I would never do it, but I want the right to do it. So if you got rid of drugs, so let's have a program. Drugs are legal. Got rid of drug laws, anti-drug laws. Drugs are legal. Police are increased. Courts are made to operate quickly, and we have more courts. And they don't get welfare if they come here. And by welfare, I mean no food stamps, no any of these alphabet agencies, I don't even know the name of them, that give them everything. No free medical care, except from private charity. There wouldn't be any immigration threat. People would come here because they wanted to work and make money, which is the kind of people that we want here, the kind of people we've always attracted. That's been our pride to attract. So that'll be the program. Legalize drugs, beef up the criminal justice system, and no loot, no government money. If you come here, you have to sign a piece of paper saying, I agree not to get any form of government aid for the next 15 years or forever. And my children won't either. You would have tremendous immigration of people who are not looking for a handout, they're looking for jobs. Capitalism works. Free market, to the extent we still have it, is a huge magnet because it creates wealth, and people like wealth. You know, they prefer to be rich than to be poor. And that's the best thing in them. So they don't come here for welfare. Now, they may come to some parts of Europe for welfare. They may switch country to country to welfare. I am not really familiar with that, and I'm not generalizing to that. But it's known that the average immigrant here, oh, I remember the point I forgot before. The average immigrant here takes less in welfare and pays more in taxes per the amount he gets in welfare than the Native Americans. And now, at the point on crime, you watch Fox, you watch whatever other right-wing things are. It's not, I guess I'm not with it to know what is on the internet that you'd be watching. And they spotlight, here's a guy. This is what we're talking about. This is why we need ICE. Here's a guy who just butchered a little girl. He tortured her, raped her, sliced her up, and sent the parts to the parents, whatever it is, you know. And he's been deported. He's an illegal alien, or he's a legal alien, but was deported, whatever. So they've got, you know, every night you see these cases. Where are the cases about the Native Americans doing the same thing? It's the fallacy of cherry picking. It's a biased sample. That for every immigrant you find who's the worst of the worst, you can find 10 Native Americans, maybe 100 Native Americans just as evil. and who've been in prison just as many times and released on probation, should not have been released. You can find the exact parallels, but they only show the foreign ones. So that is totally slanted journalism. That was a thing I forgot and wanted to come back to. So, are you waiting with another question, or I can space you?
Yeah, thanks for that. I have one more, and then I think I'll go to some audience questions. So I just want to make sure I understand, but just to confirm. So today is March 13th, 2026. So on your view, you would open the border today if you had the power to do that. You wouldn't phase it in gradually over time.
I don't really know. I'd have to look at it to see what the story is. After so long a deprivation, when there's a backlog for everyone who gets in, there 10 who tried to get in and couldn't, didn't get the visa in the lottery, it might cause a dislocation to let them in. And also, if you were a foreigner and been trying to get in and could not get in, and I'm elected president and I somehow, with congressional approval, do this, wouldn't you rush across the border because who knows what the next president is going to do? You wouldn't take your time at it. So it could be that if I thought about it carefully, I would want phased in additional immigrations. I'm not wedded to do it tomorrow. I'm just saying morally the right thing, aside from practical difficulties, is not to have it. Now, how we get from here, what the practical difficulties are, to there, I haven't really made up my mind. And I don't think it's pressing, because I don't think there's any big movement to do that. So if they call on me and want me on the Supreme Court or something, then I'll sit down and work it out in an hour. But for right now, I'm not really taking a stand on that.
Okay. And then just to wrap up on the war point. So if there is a country like Israel who's at war with its neighbors, you think that it's reasonable for them to not have open borders?
Absolutely. It's mandatory they have closed borders. Yeah.
Okay, but I guess if you had some way, like if you had a database with individualized information on all the Palestinians or Arabs surrounding them so that you had specific information, then you could still let all those people in. It's only when you don't have specific information.
Yeah, but it's really, maybe I should make that point too. You don't really know. Sure, in extreme cases, here's a PhD from the University of Cairo who has authored a lot of papers against why the United States is the greatest country in the world and the others should live up to it and stop dumping on the U.S. And so here's the great guy. Okay, yeah, we can let him in. But in the real world, how do you know about, you have 30,000 people a day maybe coming across the border. How are you going to know who is going to violate rights and who isn't? I don't think it's practical. And there was another point that, this thing about, don't let in the criminals. I used to hold this. Yeah, we have a right to stop the criminals. And we have a right to vet to see who is a criminal. That is such a floating abstraction. It occurred to me only about 2 or 3 years ago. What do you mean a criminal? Well, someone who's, let's say in Mexico, is convicted of grand theft auto or whatever they call it. He stole a car. Has he been convicted? Yeah, he was convicted. What happened? He went to jail. Oh, so now he's an ex-con. He's out. He served his time and he's out. You can't keep him out if you're going to treat ex-cons who are native-born differently. We let ex-cons who are native-born Americans participate in life in almost every way. Sometimes they lose the right to vote, which I think is reasonable. And sometimes they can't buy firearms, which I think is reasonable. But you don't say, well, wait a minute, here's an ex-con, he's crossing the street. Let's ask him for his papers. How do we know he's not going to do it again? So the ex-cons are supposed to be treated as okay people now by the government inside the country, so it has to be the same outside the country. So who have you got that are the criminals? Well, there are those who haven't been caught. All right, they're fugitives from justice. Maybe they broke out of prison. Or maybe the Mexican police are trying to get them because they're drug members and they shot up something and some people. And they're being chased. Yeah, if we know that guy is trying to come in, we can arrest him and hand him over to the Mexican police. But how many people is that? The impression is, and with ICE it's multiplied 1,000-fold, the impression is we know who the criminals are. All we have to do is like stop them and say, wait a minute, are you coming in here to commit crimes? Si, senor. I steal. It's ridiculous. The people who have been convicted are in prison. There are a few people who have not been caught or escaped from prison. Okay, those can be stopped if we know. The Mexican police can send us a most wanted list or wanted list. And if a cop is at the border, he can look, but he can look inside the country too. You know, it's not like there's so many of these fugitives from justice who are the actual criminals who still bear the stain of criminality and that we would keep out. So it's a gigantic floating abstraction. Oh yeah, we're going to get the worst of the worst at the border or inside, and we're just going to know who those are. We don't have to have a trial or anything. We don't have to wait until he commits a crime. We can look in his eyes and see he's a criminal type, and we're going to send him out. To call it a floating abstraction is kind of too mild. It's mysticism with an evil intent. I could explain why I said evil intent, but I haven't gotten to my big point yet, Dan.
Oh, go for it now. Now's a good time for it.
Okay. I guess I said it just so Russian, but the one thing that supports the arguments for sealed borders or any kind of border controls is one premise that's wrong, that's behind all of it, and that's collectivism. The idea is Mexican, the Colombian, the Venezuelan. I have an image of him and I don't like him. He's ruthless. He's bad. Trump's as the rapist and murderers. It's a collectivist. And we get to, the worst collectivism is on ours. We get to say who comes into our country. We? Our country? You don't own any country, fella. You own your land, and you get to say who comes on your land. You don't get to say who comes on my land. It's our country in the sense of we live here and we're subject to its laws, and we have citizenship status. We don't own it. The people do not own collectively America. So that's why I began with, you can't go down to the border, hold up a gun and demand that people prove things to you about themselves or about anything. And our country doesn't have the right to collectively do that because it has no rights other than the individuals have and delegate it to it. For instance, you have a right to stop someone from robbing you. In certain cases, you have the right to shoot him and kill him if he's trying to kill you. So the government, you can delegate that, and you must delegate that to the government. You say, well, the police will do this objectively. We can't have everybody deciding for himself who's trying to do him harm. We have to put that under objective control, and that's what government is for. But that is that is the right you have and can delegate, as opposed to the right you don't have, which is to stop people and make them prove to you that they're good. You don't have that right, and therefore the government doesn't have that right. So it's collectivism. It's the idea that the immigrants are one solid block, and the idea that we own our country. Sovereignty is not ownership. Citizenship is not ownership. You don't own my house. If I want to bring a Mexican in to live in my house, or if I have rental property and I want to rent to him, you have no right to stop me just because we live in this under the same legal system. So it's individualism is the answer. Collectivism is the disease. Okay, now.
All right, thank you for that. I do want to turn to super chat questions. We have about 10 minutes left. I was promised an hour. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, but we have.
Let's see what the questions are like.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they're good.
And I also want to say thanks everyone for being here. We have set a record on attendance. The highest I've ever had watching me before was 20 people live. Now I have 39 last I checked. So we've almost doubled the live viewership. So thanks to Harry for making that possible.
And a lot of recorded viewers.
Yes, I'll probably cut this out and make it its own video and publish that as its standalone so people can share that if you just want to share the interview. But I'll be live streaming some more after this interview. If people want to stick around for that, they're welcome. Okay, and also thank you for the people who have subscribed. I've got some new subscribers during the show. Thanks also for the likes and the shares. All right, I do want to go to some of the super chats. The first one is from Jason, who asks, Harry, should Italy have open borders with North African countries, even if it turns Italy majority Muslim?
I'm not prepared to say. I don't know. Turning a country majority Muslim per se is no problem. But please, when you repeat this and quote me, say per se. That is, if you went back, let's say 50 years ago, 70 years ago, before there was the Muslim Brotherhood and jihadism and all that, and a country turned from Christian to Muslim, that's not a problem. What's a problem is if people have an evil ideology, like Islamic jihadism, and they are coming into your country and you're not doing anything to make sure that they learn a proper ideology. So, in a rational world, or a rational half of the world, we're dealing with the other half, the immigrants to the better countries from the worse countries would learn a better philosophy. But all across Europe for 200 years, philosophy has been in a sewer. So no one is saying to them, your religion stinks. Christian religion stinks too. All religions stink. And we should have shaken off the hold of religion at the time of the Renaissance when we began doing that. And at the birth of America, it was a pretty secular country. But because of irrationalist philosophies that have spread since Immanuel Kant, and starting really with Rousseau and Hume before Kant, but Kant was the climax of it, people don't learn to give up their primitive, mystical, savage, superstitious beliefs and move into a civilized worldview. It's not that they all have to be objectivists and agree with Ayn Rand, but there shouldn't be large numbers of people still believing in a super ghost who created the universe out of nothing and is watching over you to make sure you obey what was written in a book 2,000 years ago. And both Christianity and Islam and believe that, and there are even worse religions in the Far East. So bad philosophy creates a lot of problems. People don't know how to be reasonable, rational, civilized, respect rights. They don't even know there is such a thing as individual rights. So I have a hard time answering, not knowing about Italy and North Africa much enough to say. And when I say that the real solution is a philosophic revolution that would eliminate this problem.
Okay, thank you. The next super chat is from Steven, who says, I was hoping to ask Dr. Binswanger to explain his comparison of immigrants to people who wear shoes. I don't know what that's a reference to.
I'm trying to think. I said I brought wearing shoes in an entirely different context. But since I just talked about religion, maybe I'll just take a little detour. It's entertaining. My first exposure to Objectivism and Ayn Rand came in 1962 when I was at MIT as an undergraduate in my freshman year. And I went to hear a lecture she gave entitled Two Young Scientists. And one of the things that happened was in the question period, there were a number of life-changing events or sections of it for me, but one of them was the very first question that she got: are you an atheist? And at that time, I wasn't exactly an atheist. I would have described myself maybe as believing partially in some kind of impersonal force in the universe that is what people really mean, like the force that makes everything go to equilibrium. So, but not a person. I didn't think there was a personal God, but maybe, who could say, maybe there's something in that direction. And she was, are you an atheist? And she said, of course. And I heard in my mind, of course. And I likened the tone with which she responded, of course, was as if somebody had asked her, do you wear shoes when you go out in the street? She said, of course. And it was as natural and as obvious to her as that. And I thought, yeah, once you frame it as a factual question, not what if, well, maybe, who knows, but do you really think there's something up there in the sky that's a super spirit? No, I don't. So that makes me an atheist. And that's the position that I held today. But that was so clarifying. She went on to say, I accept reason and only reason. And there's no reason to believe. But it was just the way she said, of course, was so clarifying to me because it put it in a scientific, natural context rather than the what if realm. So that's all I know about immigrants and wearing shoes.
Yeah, maybe he can expand on the chat if he wants to
Yeah.
clarify what that means. Okay, I have two other super chats. One is not on the topic of immigration. One is. Do you have a preference on?
Well, let's start with the immigration one and then do the
Okay.
non.
So this is also from Jason, who asked one earlier. He says, Harry, Israel is at peace with Indonesia. Should Israel have open borders with Indonesia?
Indonesia is a Muslim country, and I would be hesitant because what it would mean is people who hold the ideology that you have to be destroyed now would be coming in droves. I would think the answer is no. But if there were, you can't be at peace. It's like saying in World War II, we were at peace with Germany after Pearl Harbor until Roosevelt declared war the next day. We weren't really at peace with Germany. It was obvious that Germany was allied with Japan and was going to be part of what they then called the Axis powers. So if Israel were at peace in general, should they allow in Muslims? Yes. But it'd be real peace. Now, you may not know, Jason, how many Palestinian Arabs who practice religion, I suppose. But all I know is the numbers for how many Arabs, I think the Palestinians, live in Israel, which has a population of about 8 million now. How many, well, for context, how many Jews live in Gaza before the war? Or Iran, Iraq? How many, actually I don't know about Iran, but this around Syria, Lebanon, how many, Jordan, how many Jews live there? 0. Because if they did, they would be murdered. How many Palestinians already live in Israel, a country of 8 million? 2 million. Israel gives rights to all the people who come there, not just the people with the Jewish religion, not just people who pass some ideological litmus test. So that just adds to the incredible distortion created by the left about Israel as some kind of what they call colonial, but colonialism is good, not in their book, but in my book. Some kind of evil regime. No Jews in the surrounding countries because they wouldn't live long. 2 million out of 8 million in Israel. And then I was told, I spoke at University of Houston, I think it was. Anyway, I was in Houston, and I was told by 2 people, this was about 10, 15 years ago, who said they were objectivists, that Israel doesn't allow the non-Jews, and particularly the Palestinians, to have rights in, can't own land, they can't vote, which is completely false. There are like 30 Arabs in the Knesset, which is the Israeli Congress. There are Arabs on the Supreme Court. There are Arabs in the military. They have full participation in the Israeli society. And some of them are fighting for Israel in this war. So the mythology that's spread about what's going on is just incredible. So the original question is, Israel was at peace with Indonesia. Should they allow? I don't think so. The risks are too high. You know, when you're at war, that's when the normal rules are suspended. You can have, what is that called, where the military imposes a curfew and everything, which you can never have in peacetime. So their lives are at stake. They can't take risks with it. So I don't think so. I'm not going to dogmatize. I don't know much about Italy and North Africa. I don't know how much jihadism there is in Indonesia. But I'd be dubious that they should let them in. The mere fact that you're at peace with a country, you're not at war with country, isn't really the same thing as peace. For instance, Americans should be able to get into Israel, and Israelis should be able to get into America. We're allies. But that doesn't mean just because Indonesia is not lobbing missiles in that they are at peace with Israel when Israel is at war. So I think it'd be foolhardy, but I'm not certain about this. Foreign affairs are not my specialty. My specialty is the moral case and what is in non-emergency situations the thing to do. And I'm America-centric. So I can say we're not in an emergency here. And I would love for people to be admitted without welfare and for drugs to be legal. And that would take care of. You wouldn't really need the extra prisons if drugs were illegal. Did I say illegal? If drugs were legal. It's paradoxical, but every time there's a big arrest and they seize X kilos of heroin at the border, that means the price of heroin is going up. That means that more crime will be committed in America by addicts who are desperate to get heroin and will do anything to get it. So it's actually creating American deaths, and certainly American crime against Americans of lesser than death, every time they take heroin out of circulation. It's called supply and demand.
Okay.
So the last question?
Yeah, actually, one other question came in while you were giving your last answer, so I don't hold you to sticking around for that if you don't want. But I'm going to read the first one, the one prior to that, which is the one that was off topic, and it says, this is from Audrey. She asks, how does Rand/Peikoff solve the problem of induction?
Well, she didn't. She said she didn't. She also said she was going to. That's not quite right. She solved the problem of universals and wrote Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology to present her solution. That dealt with the theory of concept formation. The next step would be propositions. And presumably the theory of propositions would solve the problem of induction, which is the other great unsolved problem. And she said she was going to write that. But she died before she undertook the project. When she wrote what we refer to as ITOE, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, it appeared in 1966. And she was 61. And she talked about doing a volume 2 but she died when she was 76, if I'm doing the math. She died in 1982 and had not begun it. So what Leonard Peikoff did it. And the solution involves two things: the nature of concepts and the hierarchy of knowledge. The thing that I tried to solve it, I couldn't do it, and the mistake that everybody was making, except Dr. Peikoff, was to start looking at cases high up on the hierarchy, like water boils at 212 degrees. That would be like trying to have a theory of concepts when you start, as the example that you want to use, with voltage or justice or tariff. She started with table. That was her example of how you form a concept. She used table. She actually used length before that because it's just one attribute. But Dr. Peikoff started with the base of the hierarchy of causal identifications. Things like pushing a ball makes it roll. Rain wets the ground. Drinking slakes thirst. Things that are first level causal identifications. And he observed that I'm just giving you a quick intro to his intro. He observed that in forming a concept, you generalize. Picked up on a lead that Ayn Rand gave in her work, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. So when you have the concept table or the concept rain or one of these simple first level or close to first level concepts, implicit in it is that you will apply that to any instance. So if you observe it raining and you can have the concept rain and the concept ground and the concept wet, you're prepared to say rain wets the ground. And that is a general statement. So inherent in concepts being general is a generalization to the first propositions, which are self-evident. You can't be mistaken about rain wets the ground or pushing a ball makes it roll. And he takes up apparent counterexamples and handles them very well. So that's the thing of starting with the self-evident and understanding the propositions or concepts which are already being applied generally are the key to unlocking objectivist and objectivist. Not only are oil and of that nature, but that concepts were already general, and we're looking at make induction and deduction. That was certainly my approach. So you think, well, I know that all rain wets the ground. Rain, it's water, and raining is falling water, and falling water has to hit something, and it hits the ground. So I can analytically, it's a deduction. All that which falls and is water and strikes the ground, wets the ground. That's wrong. They look out the window at 1.5. They see the rain falls on it. And the are saying rain, ground, not introducing deduction to a disguised deduction. Okay, what was the extra one?
Okay, there was one on integration. However, I see part of it includes something that's uncivil, so I don't know if I should read it. I just read the part that is civil, or if you want to
read
look at
the part
it.
that is civil.
Okay, so this is also from Jason. He says, do you support open immigration of Muslims even if it turns Europe Islamic?
Well, I said I don't have a position on that. Let's see this. It applies to Muslims in Europe. I'll say two things. First, it should, with a lot of Muslims coming into Europe, just think they're doing something wrong, like offering welfare to them, or allowing them to have Sharia law, or in some way letting them continue to be as they were in their country they left. So that's one thing that it shouldn't be a problem. But there's a wider point here that I want to bring in. some people here, America, where I'm more familiar with it, said, if we elect all these Mexicans, they're going to vote Democratic. Now, I don't know, because Trump is the anti-constitutionalist and the everything bad. But aside from that, even before Trump was in, when it was Biden, do you really want to have the government select a party a person has to belong to come to the United States? Do you want the government to say, Party X, we have those, but the opposition party, you're not allowing anybody. More Biden than that. Do you want the government deciding rights on the basis of ideas? Well, this person has an anti-American philosophy. We can't let him in. The government can't decide ideas. Government is police to stop people from using force. That's what government exists. To counter force, regulatory force, objectively. We don't have government for the American ideal secure. That's the rule of government. That's the education. Think about it, Jason. Harvard, Yale, and every damn other college in the country is turning out more destructive, American hating kids, socialist loving kids. They're crossing the border from anywhere. That's why I'm speaking about to acquaint people with individual capital and Russia to shape it here. And so we're getting there. There's more understanding of that in the intellectual world today than there was when we started. Fortunately, that's going from 0.01 to 0.02%. But 0.01% of academics understand any things. That was what used to be. Now we've got enough objectivists in academia and in positions like dance that it's 0.02.
I think in the last few minutes there might have been some difficulty, but I hope that most of it before then. I only started seeing these chats within the last few minutes, so I apologize for any technical difficulties.
Okay, I just want to say one more thing, and then I'll leave. There is a country. There are two hopeful countries in the world. One of them, to my amazement, is India. India, the intellectuals of India and the people have discovered Ayn Rand, and there's a lot of respect for her in India. I don't think they've translated it all into what it means in practice and what they should do, but I get Google alerts on Ayn Rand, and the mentions that come from India are almost always positive, which is astonishing. The other hopeful country on a lesser level is Argentina. Javier Milei, who aims, his stated goal, and he's an admirer of Ayn Rand, but also of libertarians, which is not a good thing. But his stated goal is to make Argentina the freest country in the world. And he has done a lot of really good things towards that end in a very short time. So there are signs of progress. It may not be America. America may be too far gone in the educational realm. The American youngsters can't think. But I hope it'd be America. But I remain optimistic about the future. So with that optimism, I will thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk and call it a day.
Okay, you're welcome, and I really appreciate you coming on. 2 super chats came in just in the last minutes, but I won't hold you to answering those.
Could you read them to me? Because I'm a sucker for questions.
Okay, and I asked the chat how many minutes were garbled or lost, and someone said probably about 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that started at the end of your induction answer. Probably after that, I would guess. Mm-hmm. But I started recording from Zoom, and I will try to stitch in later to the next version of this as much as I can to save as much as possible of the non-garbled portion. Okay, so the 2 that just came in, there was one from another one from Jason on immigration, which says, Harry, do you support open immigration of Muslims into the USA?
Yes.
And then the other one was from Simon, who asks, before Harry leaves, will he be releasing his book he mentioned on the philosophy of mathematics?
It's grown. I'm now writing a book called 5 Sciences, which is on mathematics, physics, biology, psychology, and economics. Did I name all 5 there? I think so. So in a way, it's a retreat. In a way, it's a tour de force. I don't want to get into higher mathematics. I'm going to stop at calculus. And I really know nothing beyond calculus. And I only know a few words beyond calculus, but I worked with calculus, and I think I've got the application of my basic philosophy of math to calculus. But it's going to start with 1 and 1 is 2, or even before that. So it's mainly about the whole conception of mathematics. And I have similar radical ideas in these 4 other branches. And I thought, why don't I do a book on all 5 sciences? That way I don't have to get really deeply into any of them. I can treat them all on the foundational level and the first steps beyond that. And that's where my law of comparative advantage, that's where my comparative advantage is, at the very beginning, very base of all these sciences. Once it gets more detailed, I'm left behind and I have less to contribute. So I'm going to do a book called 5 Sciences, and I'm already lining up ChatGPT to take everything I've written on mathematics and create a draft from it, which I will then correct it on. And with many of the other fields, I may be able to do something similar, or I may start from scratch. But I really have a lot to say about particularly economics, foundational, and psychology. Biology, I had that one idea that is now available in a beautiful new edition. Oh, it's going to be reversed. It's the biological basis of teleological concepts. And physics, I've written a lot, so I can probably use my posts and have ChatGPT summarize it. So I'm looking at this change, which I think will make it really easy for me and make it come out fast. So I hesitate to give a timeline, but I'm thinking of about a year from now.
All right. Great.
So those were the two extra. Okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't. Again, you can leave it any time, but one more came in, and there's also some questions that are not super chat questions, just no dollar amount attached. So,
all right. I tell you what, I'm going to practice giving short answers. So this will be not fully satisfying, but it will be practice for me at not being so discursive.
Okay, and actually, while you just said that, another one came in, and that's a new person. So, that is a super chat. So I'm going to read that one first. This is from Michael. He asks, Harry, what makes you think there will be a civil war? Who will be the combatants? Antifa versus MAGA?
What versus MAGA?
Antifa.
Oh, Antifa. No, it will be the whole left. Antifa is just one little segment. What makes me think, I don't know, but I can't see Trump accepting a loss at the midterms. I think that's what ICE is for, to, quote, guard the polls and to be his SS, if you know what the Nazi SS was. The stormtroopers, the Sturmabteilung. No, that was the SA. Schutzstaffel, I think, was SS. So you saw what he did at the end of the 2000 election, that he egged on January 6th. He spread the lies about the election was stolen and fomented a riot, and he claimed he would be in power after January 20th. And he had hoped that there would be, in effect, an uprising. So now, in the midterms, he's going, as things stand now, he's going to lose the House and probably the Senate, which means he will no longer be king. He will no longer be able to dictate everything and people just kneel and kiss his ring. He'll still be, somewhat powerful, but he will have lost a really big amount of power. And I don't think he's going to just sit still for that. So I think he will go against the law, and it will tear the country apart. And the MAGA people like guns. So I can see at least skirmishes, if not full-fledged civil war. I will say, this is not a short answer, by the way. I will say that in 1968, I thought there'd be civil war by 76. So my track record of predictions here is not good. Let us say this is my fear. My fear is that something like January 6th, but 100 times bigger and spread across the country, is launched to keep Trump's power going. Next one.
All right, this just came in 3 seconds ago from Bobby. He asks, what practical steps can an objectivist take to improve their rhetorical skills? Any resources besides Peikoff's great objective communication series, of course?
Yeah, there are a lot of things. Join Toastmasters. That'll improve your speaking skills. Argue with people. And then after the argument, think about how you could have done it better. There are training courses. My wife just took one, but they can be expensive. tens of thousands of dollars. But that's a start. And I found, I argued with people my whole life, and it always nagged at me, how could I have put that better? I mean, that wasn't really the right thing to say. I'll give you one more fun tip. Look at Ayn Rand's answers to questions, but first look at the questions, and they're available in many formats, including Ayn Rand Answers, a book, and the Objectively Speaking, which is largely questions. And get the question and think of how you would answer it, and then compare yours to Ayn Rand's. And I'm not saying that hers will always be better, but they'll be better 90% of the time. And that's a fun way to improve your rhetorical speaking skills.
Okay. One from a bit earlier, again from Jason, in the identical question, but he asked $10 more, maybe because he wanted to hear more. So he says, Harry, do you support open immigration of Muslims into the USA? Before,
Yeah.
you just said yes, but if you want to say anything more, you can add to that.
Well, if you have also every other religion and atheist coming in, it's not like we're going to only have Muslims coming in. And if they're the kind of Muslim who wants to be in America, they're fine. We had a lot in New York. I'm from New York originally for 49 years, and there came to be a lot. They're nice people. So it's the jihadists that are the problem, but a strong foreign policy, and there will be no jihadists. Certainly not coming to this country. And I can't give Trump credit for anything, because whatever he does for reasons that are no good. But it was the right action for somebody to take to bomb Iran. And the big question is, why did it take, what is it, from 79 to now, 21 plus 25, 46 years for somebody to do something like this? All the other presidents should have done something, and more than this. I hope this is not going to fizzle. We need military dominance over our enemies. And then there won't be any problem with jihadists and sleeper cells and anything like that. Also, it discredits, I said I'd be short, so military superiority, crushing military superiority like we have over Iran, discredits spiritually Islamism. It shows that God is not on their side. It at least makes them question, well, how could God permit this? I thought we were strong. Or I thought they were strong, because most Iranians are not Islamists. I don't know if you know that, but it's a new fact. But over the past few years, Iran has become a secular country in its populace, but it's run as a theocracy. So I'm looking for regime change that allows the secular, non-religious, non-America hating, good people of Iran, who are always pro-West historically, to take over. Next one.
Okay, this is from Virtue Man. He asks, are open borders morally compatible with welfare statism? Shouldn't the welfare state be dismantled before?
No, but it's no, but it's a good excuse to do it. So it's good selling, good salesmanship to pair freer immigration and more property rights. So you move 2 steps to freedom. You take less, you undermine welfare, the whole welfare system, and you get in more immigrants who are obviously not coming here for welfare. So that fig leaf, that red herring is removed. They're not coming anyway, but that would take that away. So no, morally, you don't have to. You could even make a case if native-born parasites are allowed to do it, why shouldn't foreign parasites be allowed to do it? But I would pair as many steps to freedom as I could with each individual step. And it works both ways. Let's cut back welfare, and that will, and for Americans, let's cut back welfare across the board and allow in more immigrants. And we'll know that they're not coming for welfare. But, you know, morally, no, you can't keep people out because some of them might go on welfare. That's ridiculous. That's collective guilt.
Okay, I have one from someone who goes by the name Hookem3768. Harry, can you tell your joke about Monsieur Pascal standing at the gates of hell? These are not super chats, by the way.
Gates of heaven. Gates of heaven. He meets St. Peter. Now, the context for this is Pascal, Jourdain Pascal, a thinker a little bit after Descartes, who is famous for saying, the heart has its reasons that reason does not know. He was an irrationalist and a mystic, and he came up with the Pascal's wager argument for God. And the way it goes is you have 2 choices: to believe, or I guess you'd have to say to act as if you believe, but he wasn't that honest, to accept the existence of a God or not. Now let's look at the odds. If there is a God and you accept the existence of God, you get into heaven, which is infinite bliss. If there is a God and you don't accept him, you go to hell, which is infinitely bad, infinite suffering. If there isn't a God and believe that there is, whether there's a cost involved, it's minor, but it's certainly not infinite. And if there isn't a God and you don't believe in God, there's no infinite consequence either. So the only basis for deciding, he said, is believe. So if there is a God, you'll get an infinite reward and avoid an infinite punishment. So that's called Pascal's wager. He said, as a betting man, would you take a bet where if you do one thing, you get an infinite punishment? If you do the other thing, you get an infinite reward. But if there isn't a God, you have a finite plus or minus, pretty negligible. And my cartoon shows a man dressed up in that French, not the even, but a big hat with the plume, and is obviously a Frenchman from the 1700s. And he's standing before St. Peter at the pearly gates, who's got a list of, who's admitted to heaven and who's not. And on a little bit to the side, there are 2 demons waiting to grab people and bring them down to hell. And St. Peter is saying, I'm sorry, Monsieur Pascal, you lose. And the demons are ready to grab him. The point that makes is There's no calculation of the irrational. Since belief in God is totally without reason, and he admits that. He says the only reason is this bet. There's no argument that there is a God and that he wants you to do this or that. So if you're allowing in the irrational, what about the possibility that if you pretend to believe or believe in God and live your whole life according to what the Bible says, God sentences you to infinite pain? He sends you to hell forever. There's no reason to think that it's going to be one. If there is a God, if you admit the irrational, you can't say, well, the rational thing for him to do is to want you to believe, and more than that, it says in the Bible. That's no reason. You have no idea what that irrational, non-comprehensible being would do to you. Maybe it's like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We're here to protect the ants. I think that was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He could want you to make sure that you always write your twos upside down. So don't write it like this. Write it like this. I can't do it upside down. There we go. It's irrational. There's no reason. So how can you say what's going to happen from the irrational? I was thinking the other day that I could actually get AI to draw that cartoon for me. Next one, or is that it?
No, one came in just a couple minutes ago from Bobby. He asks, my friend often attempts to deceive others by pretending to be 3 different people. Any advice for him? What would Rand's position be? Is this compatible with objectivism?
No, this is not. You mean like split personalities were supposed to be, where he sometimes pretends to be John Doe, sometimes pretends to be Phil Jenkins, and sometimes pretends to be Arthur Johnson? Yeah, well, he's not here to answer, but to deceive others to gain values is a prime vice. It's faking reality. It's victimizing other people. It's not a whole lot different than just seizing things, robbing them of things. You're getting some value from them by deception, not by consent. So it's definitely self-destructive, and beyond that, it's silly. Is that an ending note?
I think it is. Let me just double check.
I'm looking, when you see me looking up here, that's where I see Dan above in the Zoom display. That's why I sometimes look up there.
Okay, and my eyes are sometimes going to the chat, so I'm going back and forth between the chat and Zoom. But it looks like that was the last question, so I think we're done.
Good. Well, it's been fun.
Yes.
And it's rare that people can get me to say I don't know 3 times in a question period. But
well, I think some of the questions were the same, so same cause, same effect.
Very good.
Thank
you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harry. Appreciate it.
Bye to everyone.
All right. Well, that was great. So thank you very much to Harry for coming on and having a longer discussion than I anticipated. He had only promised an hour, but I think we ended up going close to 2 hours. I think we started at 1:40 and it's now 3:27. So what is that? Hour and 47 minutes. So, and you all help make that possible by continuing to ask super chats. So thank you for your participation and all the super chat contributions. Definitely appreciate that, as well as the super stickers. I saw some of those come in as well. See one from Greg that just came in. So thanks for your supports. There's also a super sticker from Trans301. Thanks for your support. And I was looking back through the chat to see where the choppiness started and ended. And it looks like it might have been for about 7 or 8 minutes, because I was looking at the timestamps of where the first people in the chat were saying there's problems, and then where someone started saying it was working well again. So I think it was about 7 or 8 minutes, and I think I might have been able to catch about maybe 2 or 3 minutes of that recording on Zoom. I wasn't also recording on Zoom. I was just relying on YouTube. So there might be maybe like 4 or 5 minutes where it's just garbled. And I take it that was mostly during the section he was talking about induction. So unfortunately, there might be a little bit missing, but I'll try to splice in later the good part, the clear part, when I publish this as a standalone video, apart from, the live stream as a whole. I don't know how long I'm going to stream today. If you've been a regular viewer of my streams, you know that sometimes my streams go on for many hours. I think my record stream was almost 10 hours. They're typically at least 5 hours. Sometimes I'll take a break for 10, 15 minutes during it. But they can go on for a long time. I don't know how long today's stream is going to be, but I guess it might depend part on you all again. So if we get into some more really good discussions or continue the same discussion, then I'm happy to stay here as long as I have energy for it. So I'm really pleased that we were able to have this conversation with Harry, and maybe we'll have him again sometime. We'll see. Okay, so again, we set a record number of live viewers, so that was great. Almost, I don't know if it ever got up to 40, but it was at least close to 40, which is about double what my previous record was. So Harry definitely has brought out the audience here for today. Audrey, thanks for your private message. I see you notified me again by private message that this stream was super choppy. Yeah, I think it took me like 4 or 5 minutes before I started noticing people were saying that in the chat. Most of the time I was just looking in the Zoom window and I wasn't keeping an eye on the chat. So maybe I can get better at multitasking there and keeping an eye on both for future conversations, but thanks for letting me know about that. Okay, so what next? I tried to ask all the questions that people raised to Harry, even if they weren't super chats, and it's possible that I missed some, but I think I hit most of them. Bobby says, stream all night, Dan. Overnight stream. We'll see about that. I don't know if there's a limit, like a technical limit on YouTube. I think I might have seen once that the maximum was either 12 hours or 24 hours. I'm not sure. But maybe we'll find that out someday. I don't know if today's going to be that day. Or I could just Google it and ask some AI. There's probably an answer out there somewhere. But I still got a lot of people here, and I want to take advantage of that. So let me look at the chat and see what new chats have come in after. Where's my water? I have a water around here somewhere. Found it. Don't want my voice to give out. See, if I have someone else to help do some of the talking, then my voice can last longer. So since Harry was doing the most of the talking, that means my voice is going to last longer than it usually would before it starts to feel sore. All right. So let me now bring up my chat window, which I usually share on the screen. I'm going to go back into OBS. And during that interview, I turned off the cursor because I think that might have been distracting. The cursor was moving around, but I turned it off for Zoom partway through it. But sometimes when I moved my mouse on the Zoom window, you would still see the controls pop up at the bottom, I think. I don't know if there's a way to avoid that, but I at least got rid of the cursor. All right, so let's see, where's my chat window? Here we go. Okay, so it already has up the last thing I was looking at here, some of the super chats. Now I'm just trying to find, let's see, where is that? I'm trying to find where that chat window is on my own system, and I'm cycling through all my open windows, but that one doesn't appear. That's weird. Let me try something else. I'm just going to temporarily delete that chat window, and then okay, I think I need to pop it open again. It was part of the main watch page. Okay, just popped it out. So let me try again to share that window, see how it looks. Huh. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into the properties. And select this. Okay, I think that's going to fix it. Okay, I think that fixed it. Good. I see Evolutionary Capitalist is here. Robert Nasir is here. Hazir. Some of my regulars, welcome to the stream. And I'm going to change this to live chat instead of top chat. Someone asked, did I forget I'm still streaming? No. Why do you ask that? I'm just trying to transition to a new setup here to engage with the chat. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to scroll back to... Now I can only scroll back to 306. Sometimes if you open the chat window midway through a stream, you can't scroll back all the way to the beginning, which Pacific time for me, I started the stream at 1 p.m. So that's where the chat would start. But you can see I can only go back to 306. I might be able to go back a little further on my phone. Let me try that. Yeah, I can go back. Let's see how. Wow, I can go back a lot farther on my phone. Looks like all the way to the beginning. Wow. All right, so I have the entire chat log preserved on my phone. It would be more convenient if I could pull it up on my laptop. There's one place I want to check on my laptop to see if I can get the full chat log. Let's see. That is, I have to go into my analytics. I don't know if it's only going to show from this point forward or if it's going to show further back than that. Okay, looks like it only goes back the same amount of time as I was able to see in the chat window that you can see on screen. Yeah. So the earliest chat I can see on screen is from Virtue Man at 3:08 p.m. Pacific. And all right, so what should I do? Should I engage with chatters? Now, another thing is you all can call in. I could do another call. I could paste the call-in info in the chat. That's what I usually do, but since I had Harry calling in for the first part of the show, I didn't put the call-in link for everybody to access, but I could put the Zoom call link in the chats. Maybe I should do that now anyways, even if no one calls in immediately. So I could take some more calls, or I could go engage with some of these chats. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to post the post the call-in link now, so if anyone else wants to call in, you can at least get in the queue. And I'm just looking for my standard text I use with the call-in instructions. Okay. And now I just need to paste that here. And this has the old meeting ID, so I have to update that with the today's meeting ID. There we go. I'm going to turn off the Zoom video for a second. I just want to check something. A very good discussion. Harry was in fine form, says Robert Nasier. $2 super chat. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. Let's see. Okay. I just wanted to turn off my Zoom video for a second while I check something. Okay, that looks fine. And now I can paste the updated Zoom meeting ID into the chat I'm about to post. All right, so those are the call instructions. Let me pin that. All right, so if anybody else wants to call in, you can click on that Zoom link, or you can dial a phone number followed by the Zoom meeting ID. All right, I see some people are talking about trolls in the chats. As a career troll, it's true. DW Mr. Norton. Don't worry, Mr. Norton. I wouldn't troll you, says Bobby. That's good. I don't want trolls here. Sometimes I have to delete people who are trolls, or block people who are trolls. But hopefully that won't be necessary. Robert says, life's too short for trolling. It reminds me of being a teenager, being bored. So silly. I haven't been bored in decades. Heart from Audrey. Oh, nice to see a lot of likes on Robert's super chat there. Nice. Trolls' MO is to rile people up because doing so gives trolls a sense of control. You can interact with trolls as long as you deny them the reaction they desire, says Audrey. All right, so I could go through these chats in reverse order, or I could go back to the beginning, or I could jump around. I don't know what the best option is. I like to engage with people who are here live. I like to give them priority. So, and the people who are here live are probably the people who are latest in the chat. So maybe it's better to start from the end of the chat and work my way back. So, but then I'm reading things in reverse order, and maybe it's harder to follow the train of thought when you're reading it in reverse. If people are replying to each other, so there is an advantage to reading from the oldest towards the newest, but there's also a disadvantage in that, you know, a lot of people who were there at the beginning might be gone now. Let's see. Stephen Katz, thanks for your super chat. If I recall correctly, you have a balance of $30 left on your super chat balance because you submitted by PayPal, and I think you had $35 at the end of the last show, and you did a super chat for $5 this show, so that would bring your balance down to $30. Let's see, where's my... I just want to show everyone... the links to PayPal. So this is just... I paused from my chat with Dr. Binswanger. But if you scroll down, those are other ways you can help support the show in addition to Super Chat. And they actually take out less percentage. So YouTube takes a 30% cut of any super chat that you do. So if you do a super chat for $10, YouTube will take $3 and I'll get $7. But if you want to contribute by Patreon, they take a smaller amount. I think it's only 10 to 15% instead of the 30%. And PayPal takes even less. I think it's only 2 or 3%. So these are other ways you can contribute where a larger percentage of the money goes to me. And that's what Steven did in the last show. And multiple shows he's done by contribution by PayPal, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Steven. And I think you've got a balance of $30 left to use as you choose. All right. Let's see. Who has time to be bored, says Simon. After Audrey's heart. All right. Looks like I might need to block someone. Do I need to block trans? Looks like trans is probably the troll that uh, people are that sparked the discussion of trolls. Is 20 years old too old to become an objectivist? Why would you ask that? Is that another troll comment? Happily, it's easy to multitask while taking in content that's primarily audio, says Robert. I wish I knew what objectivism was at 20, says Simon. What is a troll? Asks Stephen. Random number generator? What does that mean? Or why did you say random number generator? People who have no life and like to try and piss people off. That's what a troll is, according to Simon. It's a brute, tall creature from high fantasy genre. Robert says a troll is a person who intentionally posts inflammatory, insincere, or disruptive content in online spaces to provoke emotional responses, derail conversations, or harass others. Audrey says a troll is someone who deliberately upsets people to rile them up. LIFO. Always. What is LIFO? Is that an acronym or a typo? Or some word I don't know? Oh, last in, first out? Last in, first out. Okay, so maybe that's his preference on the order in which I go through these chats. Start from the last ones and address those first. Yep, it's a light and breezy form of nihilism. But seriously, folks, must run. We'll be listening. Happy Friday. All right, happy Friday, Robert. Thanks for coming by. All right, some messages between Bobby and Friedrich Nietzsche. Some more troll comments from Trans. Bobby says Fred isn't a troll. That is Friedrich Nietzsche. We talked about Nietzsche some in the last stream. That even made it into the title. See, there it is. Nietzsche. You weren't present? Okay. Well, good thing it's recorded. So you can go back and check it out if you're interested. All right, let's keep it clean here. Not vulgar. Let's see. Do I want to open a chat in a different window? Actually, yeah, I think there might be a different window I should look at the chat in on my laptop. This one. All right, I think it's time to block. But I like to take screenshots first. Because after I block someone, I can no longer see their chats. Oh, Leighton Preon was here? I'm just scrolling back and I see there's a reference to someone mentioned Leighton Preon, who is sometimes in my chat. All right, I think I got them all. Oh no, here's one more. See, that was 306. All right, I'm gonna go back to the end. Who are we blocking? We're blocking trans. See, does that show up? All right, he's gone. And then Hazir comes in with an emoji. Is that a emoji of joy because trans has now been blocked? Friedrich Nietzsche says, maybe you have some time left to admit your wrongdoings and ask for forgiveness from Mr. Norton. It's too late now. Well, I guess he can contact me through some other channel on which I haven't blocked him and try to make amends. But we'll see if that happens. How much would I have to donate to Dan Norton's show to gain block immunity? I don't know. I don't know if there's any amount. I might always want to be able to reserve the right to block people. I haven't had to block anyone on stream in a while. I did block someone earlier. Was it last night or this morning? One of those two, who left a comment on my channel that was rude. And the comment actually doesn't appear to anyone else except the person who leaves it, because I have to approve any comment that is published on my channel. They don't just automatically get published. So if someone leaves a comment on under one of my videos, then they will be able to see it, but no one else is going to see it until I approve it on my end. And so someone left a comment that was uncivil sometime in the last 24 hours, so I blocked that person. I don't have to do that often, but it does happen occasionally. But I haven't had to. Sometimes I block people during a live stream, and if you all have been watching me for a while, you've probably seen that happen before. You might have seen that happen. There was one show when I blocked like 10 people. I don't remember exactly, but it was something like that. It was a show I did on, let's see, I think it had Trump in the title, and I think I was going hard against Trump on that show. I think it was the show before that, I did a show on Nick Fuentes. So maybe I got in the algorithm of a bunch of alt-right Nazi white supremacist kind of people, because they were saying stuff that, like, naming themselves after, they had these handles on YouTube that were named after like these mass murderers, these white supremacists. But yeah, there was one show where I just got this stream of like 10 trolls, and I blocked. Now I don't think these were all independent people. They were just like maybe one or two or three people using different accounts, because if I clicked on the name of the person, if I go to their YouTube channel, I can see the date that their channel was created, and I saw that it was the same date for multiple of these accounts. So I'm thinking maybe someone was just getting blocked on one account, and he created some multiple alt sock puppet accounts in order to get around blocks so that he could come back under some sock puppet account. So I don't know how many individual unique people it was, but I blocked, I think, about 10 accounts on one day. This was several months ago. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any amount you could donate to get block immunity. But I might want to think about that some more. Like if you make, someone said $1 million. Florida Nick, hello. He came in and said $1 million. If you gave me $1 million, would that give you block immunity? I don't know. I'm not sure there's any amount that could buy you block immunity, because I think there's so much power in a moral sanction. Like, there's maybe it's priceless. Like there's that's really valuable. And I don't know if you can put a dollar amount on that. All right, let me read some more of these. Base, says Bobby. Inshallah, says Simon. What does that mean? I've heard that. Does that mean... Well, let me just look it up. Exclamation, if Allah wills it. So that's from Arabic. Does that show up? Oh, I guess it doesn't show up on screen when I look it up. But a little thing pops up. Are you seeing the chat? Yeah, you should be seeing the chat. Why is it? Oh, it's my phone is stuck earlier. Oh yeah, I guess you did see that pop up when I looked it up in the dictionary. Yeah, because I just see that showed up on my phone when I looked up Inshallah. Sometimes I look on my phone to make sure it shows up the way I want it to. So if Allah wills it, was that it? Okay. What does Allah will? W, Dan Norton W. What is that means win? Is that what that means? Win, Dan Norton win. I saw Bobby do that before in a previous chat. All right, now he's using it W's as my initials. I would have asked for a donation as a possible bribe first. Yes, that guy was a mean troll. Benevolent trolls are cool, but this guy is just annoying. Time hourglass emoji. Is that because his time is running out? Somebody's time is running out. Benevolent trolls. Are there such things as benevolent trolls? That's a steal. What's a steal? $1 million? You mean that would be a good deal for getting block immunity? Rude people are probably Wellspring Kong's alts. White supremacists, most of them are third worlds. Well, the ones that were coming on my chat that day definitely seemed like white supremacist types based on what they were saying. Maybe I can find that show. Or, well, I'm not going to look it up right now. Maybe later. Dan, are you getting my occasional pings in the Objectivist Lyceum Discord? Yeah, I have seen those. Yeah, I haven't replied to any of them. I was thinking maybe I will. But I have seen them. I saw in the last one you asked about you said you'd appreciate it if I could weigh in on something, and I looked back in the conversation to see what you were talking about, but I didn't figure out. I didn't spend a lot of time looking at the history to see what the issue was. If you want to raise it now, whatever the issue was that you were interested in getting my take on, you could raise it now. But yeah, I just I wasn't sure if I wanted to participate on that server because I saw some things that made me think that, you know, some people in there at least weren't really being respectful. But that happens in a lot of Discord servers. So in a lot of Discord servers, when people are disrespectful, I will just block them, just like I did today in the YouTube chat. So I was thinking, okay, well, maybe I'll start participating in that server, and if particular people are disrespectful, then I will just block those people. For some reason, that didn't occur to me at first when I started getting the pings. Maybe because it was an Objectivist server, and I thought maybe I should treat it differently. But then I started thinking of it as just another server, and maybe I should just treat it as I treat any server. So maybe I'll start participating there some. But that was just recently that I had that thought, just a few days ago, about like how I might participate there. I did participate there years ago, very briefly. I think, I don't know how long ago it was, maybe like 3 years or something. I had a little interaction there with somebody. I don't know who the person is there that I interacted with, or if that person still has the same user ID in Discord. So I don't know if I'd be able to identify, but my recollection is I had a fine, no problem interaction back then, but I had seen some more recent things that maybe start to think twice about whether I wanted to engage again there. But I think I might. But I was very busy getting ready for this show today with Harry. So if I didn't have that to get ready for, I might have participated already. And but maybe when I get a little less busy, I can participate there some. Okay. Oh yeah, Augusti, thank you. Thanks for welcome, and thanks for reminding me. Yeah, the 1 year anniversary of my stream is about today. It's not exactly today, but I think my very first live stream was March 6th, which was a week ago. Today's March 13th. But March 6th, 2025 was my very first live stream. And I actually forgot to mention it when I did my last 2 live streams, or maybe it flitted through my mind and I forgot to oh, that's my studio view. It might have gone through my mind and I just forgot to mention it on stream. But yeah, if we go back, if we sort by the oldest, my very first live stream was March 6th, 2025. I had a different background there. I just did a test. And since I forgot to mention it, my latest live streams were, let's see, I did one on March 3rd. This was March 3rd. And then this was March 8th. So that was a couple days before, or 3 days before and 2 days after the actual anniversary. And since I didn't mention it those shows, but I wanted to mention it at some point, I decided I would mention it in the title of today's show. And maybe today was a great day to have it, since I had Harry in the show as well. And I put a little special box on the special thumbnail I created. See, most of my thumbnails that's the default, but I created a special thumbnail for today, including a little box saying that it's the 1 year anniversary of the live stream. So thanks for reminding me of that. See, I might have forgotten again if Agosti hadn't said that. So glad he mentioned it. Agosti's in the Netherlands. He's 9 hours ahead. So it is 1 after 1 a.m. his time. Although we just had a daylight savings change, so we jumped forward an hour. So maybe you're only 8 hours ahead now? Yeah, you're only 8 hours ahead. Okay. Well, nice you could come by. Where's my chat window? Here we go. Let's see. What else did I only read part of Agosti's chat? He says, I missed Harry. Going to rewind it later or watch it tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. I hope you can catch that later. I thought it was a good discussion. There were, unfortunately, a few minutes I think are going to be garbled. I was having some internet connection problems, and it took me a few minutes to realize it. And I closed some applications on my computer. I thought that might help. I don't know if it did, but there might be a few minutes where it's garbled. I think he was answering a question about induction when that started happening. And I don't know if it spilled over into the next question. It might have a little bit, but I was able to. Oh, I guess I still am recording to the cloud now on Zoom. So I might be. I think I can salvage at least a little bit of the garbled portion and splice it back in. And I plan to do that after the live stream ends. I don't know when I'll get around to it. I don't know how quickly I'll be able to turn that around, but hopefully within a few days. Okay, Steven says, want to review Neil Kolhatkar skit Modern Education for $20. I don't know. I'll look into that. I don't know what that is, but I will look into that. Maybe you can also send me a DM on Facebook to remind me, so it doesn't slip my mind. I'll take a note of it here. I'll write down something. But if I forget about it, like if I don't say anything about it later or within a few days, you can send me a DM on Facebook to remind me. So maybe I just want to see a little more about what that is about before I decide whether to do a review of that. Rude people are probably Wellspring Con's alts. I remember having an issue with that person, Wellspring Con. I think he might have been one of the people on that Discord server that was saying disrespectful things about me. But I'm not sure if it was that server or a different server. That was the show where we got to learn the names of bad people. Oh yeah, Dylan Roof I think was one of the people. Dylan Roof was he the guy who did the massacre at a South Carolina church? I'm looking it up right now. Okay, Wikipedia says he's an American mass murderer, white supremacist, and neo-Nazi who perpetrated the Charleston church shooting. Yeah, so someone came on my chat with the name Dylan Roof, although I think it might have been spelled with one N rather than two N's. I don't know if they had to do that to get around a block or what. But people were naming themselves after American mass murderer, white supremacist, and neo-Nazi people. So, and I had heard the name Dylan Roof before, like it was vaguely familiar, but I forgot who it was exactly. This was 2015 that he committed this mass murder. So it had been many years since I had heard that name, and I couldn't quite place it. But someone came on my chat with that name, and I didn't realize at first, like, oh, where have I heard this name? But then I looked it up and saw who it was, and then I realized, okay, definitely an account that needs to be blocked. And I think there were other accounts like that named after other people. Yeah, I guess Florida Nick was there for that. How long will... I'm curious to look it up now. When that stream was. If I put troll in the title. Okay, so the one on Nick Fuentes, that was 5 months ago. I talked about groypers in there. That might have gotten some people's algorithm. And I think it was the show right after that. Oh, yeah, The Enemy from Within. Maybe it was that one. See, this is the show where I talked about Nick Fuentes. Oh, there's Jason Adams. He called in. So what date was that? Oh, September 30th. Okay. So let's see. The one after that. Oh, yeah. Troll Attack. That's actually in the title. I'll show it back. So this is the show from, let's see what the date on it is. October 4th of 2025. And it was titled The Enemy from Within because Trump gave a speech in front of the military brass. I guess it was around this time. Maybe it was late September, early October. And I think that was the speech in which he referred to the enemy from within. Like he was going to start using the military to go after political opponents inside the country. Something like that. And then I said, is Trump making a move to be dictator? And then after that, I have a section on the troll attack. So that must be when I started getting hit by a lot of trolls. Yeah, that started here 40 minutes in. And I spent 2 hours getting rid of trolls. I was taking my time. I was being very leisurely about it. Recording all their account info. You know, maybe some of these people I should have reported to YouTube. I didn't do that. I just blocked them. But when you block someone, you can also report them to YouTube. And I had one troll who kept coming back under different names, I think. And when I finally reported him to YouTube, he stopped coming back. Oh, my AirPod just died. I got to replace. See, I only use... one AirPod at a time, so that when one dies, I can pop in the other. Let's see, am I going to... now I got to check my sound settings, because sometimes when I change my AirPod, it also changes my mic. Yeah, I changed my mic, so... I just changed it back to my podcast mic instead of... See, when I pop in a new AirPod, it starts using the mic in my AirPod for the input. So I have to remember whenever I switch AirPods, I also have to reset my podcast mic. I don't even need my AirPod right now, so because no one's talking to me. I'm just talking, so it doesn't really matter. But if my sound ever changes, now you know that might be the reason why, so you can remind me if you hear us change. So anyway, if you want to see the troll attack, you can check out this show. But I was saying there was this one guy who kept coming back under different accounts, like across months, I think. And for most of that time, I would just block him. But finally, I decided not only to block him, but also submit a report to YouTube that it was this account kept coming back under different names, seemingly. And I said, maybe if you look up this guy's IP address, you can see that he's the one behind all these accounts. The IP address is the common thread that unites all these sock puppet accounts. So maybe you can find out who this guy actually is, or at least block the IP address so that he can't just come back under a new account. And I haven't seen him come back since I submitted that report to YouTube, so maybe it had some effect. But this troll attack, it happened the show after my show on Nick Fuentes. So I don't know if the Groypers saw that show and then came in to attack me on the next show, or if they just saw me for the first time on this show when I was talking about Trump in his speech where he used this phrase, the enemy from within. All right, now my chat is going a little slowly here. Not sure why. Oh, Robert is back in the chat. Hello. Who was disrespectful in the server? I will get the mod to ban them, says Bobby. I don't remember, but I'm not even sure I would want to say like decisively that they were being disrespectful, but it at least raised questions in my minds. Like, is this someone I would want to engage with? Maybe if I looked at it again and gave it some more thought, I might think, okay, I guess that was fine, or it wasn't too bad, and I would engage. But I remember at least being hesitant. So I'm not sure I would like vote for banning the person if it were up to my vote, but it just raised some concerns. But I don't remember. I would have to look back to refresh my mind on what the issue was. I was just reading this chat. And sometimes the moderator of a server is him or herself the problem. So I couldn't really appeal to like the moderator of a server. I'm not saying it's true of this server in particular, but I've been in some servers where the moderator or the owner, maybe even the owner, I don't know, but at least some of the moderators of the server are rude, and I blocked that person. But I don't know if I can continue participating in a server if I block the person who owns the server or the moderators of it. I guess different servers might have different rules about that. I remember there was one server where I told the mod that I'm going to block you because you're being rude, and maybe you'll kick me out of the server as a result, but that's fine. I'm still going to block you. And then he said, okay, well, I'm not going to kick you out if you block me. So I'm still able to participate in that server if I want. I don't know if I have gone back there since that happens. But maybe there are at least other moderators in there that I have not blocked. I don't recall. Anyway, let me look at some more of these chats. Oh, somebody called in. Hazir. has called into Zoom. All right. I guess you're the same Hazir who has been in the chat sometimes. Let's see. Did you say anything about that in the chat? I wonder how long you've been waiting there. Sometimes I'm not looking at Zoom, so if you let me know in the YouTube chat that you want to call in, I need another cough drop here. If you let me know in the YouTube chat that you want to call in, then I'll check the Zoom window to see if I see anyone. Otherwise, it might be a while until I check there. He says, "Yeah, that's you." All right. Oh, you've been waiting for 5 minutes. Okay. Now I think this is your first time calling in, and I'm curious what you want to talk about. Do you want to let me know in the chat what you want to talk about? And I've seen you here before. I don't know how many times. And I don't remember. Well, okay. I guess I could just take your call. But I think I'll also just give you another 30 seconds or a minute to see if you want to say in the chat what you want to discuss. Meanwhile, looksmaxxing. Okay. I'm not sure what that is exactly. I have some idea, but you can tell me what you mean by it. Well, let me just make sure I have my Zoom settings correct, and then I will admit you. Almost ready. Okay. Hello. Can you unmute?
Hello?
All right. Now I hear you.
Hello?
Well, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Hello, Don Norton. I really would have wanted to know the objectivist perspective on looksmaxxing and stuff similar to it, because I know a lot of like newer objectivists had been looking into it. They have their own takes, but I rather want to know a perspective of more of an orthodox one, if you could give me that.
Okay. Well, first of all, can you say what you mean by looksmaxxing? Because I've heard that term, but I don't know. I just want to be clear on exactly what you mean by it.
Oh, sure. Looksmaxxing is, how would I even describe that? It's a certain movement within young men, specifically young men. It also applies to women, but mostly young men. About really honing and focusing on their looks, like their appearance, their aesthetic, facial aesthetics, physical aesthetics, and how the world, society as a whole, treats you depending on your aesthetical value.
Okay. Well, you asked for the. I just saw in the chat you said the objectivist orthodox perspective, and let's see, why isn't that showing up? My chat is slow to load here on my laptop, not on my phone. I don't know that there is an objectivist perspective or orthodox objectivist. Like, if you mean an official objectivist perspective, I mean, if this is not something Ayn Rand discussed, then maybe this just isn't an issue on which there is an official objectivist position. But so I can only give you my take, and
Sure, that would
so
be enough.
so if it just means you're trying to make yourself look better, I think that's fine. At least within certain limits, I think I can be reasonable to want to go to the gym, for instance, and improve the way your body looks, to engage in certain dieting to improve your looks. Also, things like wearing makeup. I think that's a fine thing to do. Being well groomed, getting haircuts. So I don't see any problem. Now, I think you can go overboard with that. You can be obsessive about it and do it in a way that's unhealthy. Like if you spend, let's say, you go to the gym 7 days a week and you're spending like 6 hours or 10 hours a day in the gym. So it's to the point where it's totally consuming your life to the detriment of other aspects of life. Like maybe you're not having friendships, or you can't hold a job, or you can't have a romantic partner because you spend so much of your life in the gym or doing other things to take care of your looks. I think then something's gone off there. It's out of proportion. But within a certain range, at least, I think it's fine and good to be concerned about your physical appearance. We are beings of mind and body. We're not just intellects. We are also physical beings, and that's an important part of our identity. And I think it makes sense to keep yourself healthy and decently looking.
Sure, but that's not the main thing about the movement. So the looksmaxxing movement is closely related to the black pill movement. And the black pill movement is about a certain, like a very depressive outlook on life, where your value as an individual is derived by how society treats you, and the way society treats you is really dependent on your facial aesthetics, specifically facial aesthetics, not even the body that much. And so those two movements intertwined with each other have come to rather insane conclusions of what you ought to do. It's not just about dieting. It's not just about exercising. No, it's about doing like a lot of hard plastic surgeries, doing like a double jaw surgery, if you heard about that one. Going to Turkey for like hair transplants and stuff like that. What do you think about this?
Okay, so you mentioned a movement, so I guess I've seen some videos on TikTok where I think there's like a hashtag looksmaxxing, something like that, but I'm not really familiar with the whole movement around this. So you're telling me some new things to me right now. Like now, I think it can be reasonable, again within limits, to do things like plastic surgery to adjust your facial appearance. Now, if you can become obsessive about it, and like there's some people who they're getting plastic surgeries, it seems like every year on their face over and over. Like maybe Michael Jackson would be an example of this, and they end up having very distorted kind of looks that I think are very unappealing, at least to the vast majority of people, because they've done so much plastic surgery to the point where it's not maxing their looks, it's actually making them look worse, I think, and I think in most people's eyes. So I think you can do it in a unhealthy way, but certain limited amounts I think is reasonable. Even jaw surgery. I actually knew a guy, he had an underbite, someone from my childhood, and he had jaw surgery so that he didn't have such a large underbite where his lower teeth would like go out in front of his upper teeth, whereas typically it's the reverse. So he had a jaw surgery to, I guess, reduce the length of his jawbone to bring it back a bit so that it was closer to the normal alignment. And I think that's fine. But But maybe you're talking about something more specific than that.
Yeah, I'm talking more about a philosophy of how those people view their own value as individuals, how they derive their value from society judging them based upon their appearance. Like there's a guy called Clavicular, if you ever heard about him.
Yeah, I have heard of him.
A lot of his philosophy comes from like life is short anyway. Just pump steroids, do all those plastic surgeries just to get that value from society. Like, what do you think about such philosophies?
Well, it sounds like maybe it's putting too much weight on other people's opinions. I mean, I think if it's done in a certain way, it can be reasonable. Like if you want to have a better chance of getting dates, finding romantic partners, but you have some huge wart or mole or something on your forehead, and it would be very easy to go to a dermatologist and remove that, and then people don't have to look at that. And Cyrano de Bergerac, he's another example that just came to mind, a literary example, the guy with a huge nose, and he wants to have a relationship with a woman, but he also wants to be loved for who he is. I don't know if I can't recall exactly how the plot goes, but anyways, I think there's a certain limited amount where it's rational to care about others' opinions and to take some certain action in order to accommodate what people like and maybe what you yourself like. Maybe you yourself don't want to have this huge wart or whatever on your head. But again, it can be overdone and you could put too much weight on other people's opinions. Maybe there's a fine line, and there's a question, where exactly does it become unhealthy to be caring about others' opinions? But I guess primarily, like, your self-esteem should be based primarily on your choices, what's up to your volition, your free will. And if something is out of your control, like let's say you're born without arms, that's not within your control, and you shouldn't judge your moral worth on anything that's not up to you to control. But if maybe it is within your control whether to seek out plastic surgery to get this wart on your head removed.
Yeah, sure, but it's less about the stuff like words. Like, again, I'm gonna bring up Clavicular because he's such a shining example of that movement. He himself is a pretty tall guy. I mean, 6'2". That's pretty tall for a man. But he wants to undergo a limb lengthening surgery. The one there they cut your bones in the legs and shove like a piece of metals into it to lengthen it to be like 6.5. And the excuse that he brings for it is that people who are taller are much like 6'5" taller, etc., are much more successful both in the dating market and even the job market. It's like, what do you think about stuff like that? I mean, such extremes.
Yeah, that one, I'm having doubts that is healthy. Like, he's already 6'2", which I think is above average height, and he wants to cut his own limbs to be taller. Now, maybe this is partly a function of the state of medical technology. Like, let's say medical technology in like 1,000 years becomes super advanced so that you could just like press a button and that would make someone grow a few inches, and there's no damage to someone's health. Maybe that's fine. Go ahead. Sure, try out a new height. But today, when this is, I guess, a relatively new kind of thing to do, and maybe it's somewhat experimental, and maybe there haven't been a lot of long-term studies on the effect on someone's health, and it's a more risky kind of thing to do, I'm more doubtful that it's a reasonable thing to choose to do because it is so severe. So I mean, that's my initial thought about that. I'm pretty skeptical right now, just hearing about it, that it would be rational to go to those kind of lengths. Like now, something like breast augmentation surgery, that's been done for a long time, and I think that's a very safe thing to do. It's not experimental, so I don't see a problem with that. But cutting your leg bones to lengthen them. Now, maybe there's a lot about this I don't know about. Maybe the technology is more advanced than I'm aware of, but based on my very
Oh no,
layman's... Okay.
it's horrible.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean...
It's horrible. Like you have to have like a year of just a rehab to be able to walk normally, and you're pretty much close to disabled until the end of your life. You can't really participate in high intensive sports, etc. It's a pretty horrible surgery. But I'm less talking about the surgery itself, but rather the mindset that one needs to actually go and do that. Again, Clavicular himself says like, oh, that's because he wants to be more successful, say, in the dating market, or that he brings up studies that show that you would have more financial success in the job market if you're at certain height. And they constantly claim that it's not for validation at all. It's for those specific, say, objective reasons that he brings up. But I'm really doubtful on that. Could you actually be rational and sound-minded and still go to such lengths to do that?
It doesn't strike me as being rational. Like, if you think it's going to help you in the dating market or the job markets... Well, let's take them one at a time. The dating market. I mean, he's already 6'2". That's taller than average. And if he's going to cripple himself, or at least have a good chance of crippling himself by doing this extreme surgery, you were just saying how risky it is, then I would think that could very well hurt his chances on the dating market. I mean, if he has to get around on crutches or something, I think that's going to make it harder than if he just stayed his 6'2" height without the surgery. So that doesn't seem rational to me, to think it's going to help him on the dating market. As for the job market, I guess same thing. I don't think there's much evidence that being 3 inches taller, like if he's going to go from 6'2" to 6'5", is going to help him in the job market. I mean, how many jobs does it actually matter what height you are? Maybe if you're like an NBA player, a professional basketball player, having some more inches could help. But of course, if he's going to be crippled in order to get 3 more inches, he's not going to be a professional basketball player. So it's not going to help him there. So I don't know how it's supposed to help him on the job market. And that also seems irrational to me.
All right. Well, besides that, I have looked for the study itself. It's rather bogus, but still there is a certain correlation between, say, bone density on your face and being more conventionally attractive, to be more successful within, job in the job market. But at what point could it be rational to actually go and do those weird surgeries in order to get those benefits?
Well, I guess it would depend partly on how big the benefits are and how risky the surgery is. So, like, again, if we kind of take a sci-fi scenario, fast forward in 1,000 years into the future, where, let's say, medical technology is much more advanced, so you could just in effect press a button and get whatever bone density you want. Sure, why not try it out? But today, when the risks are much higher and it costs a lot of money to go through these procedures, sometimes that makes it, that puts weight on the other side, that it's maybe not a good decision. And also, what amount of benefit do you get for the risk? Like, let's say, you said there were some studies, and let's say there are some studies that show you have a 0.0001 greater chance at landing some job because you have a nicer looking face. Well, is it really worth the risks you have to go through in order to get that tiny improvements in your chance of getting the job? Maybe not. But if we say the chances of getting the job are like 200% more, like you're twice as likely or something, then maybe it is worth the risk if this is like a job that maybe you're an actor and looks are very important to it, and the only way to get your dream job, your dream role as an actor, is to change the way your face looks. Maybe if you place a very high value on something, and the only way to get it is to go through some risky surgery, maybe it is worth it. But I don't think there's going to be a universal answer. Maybe there are some particular cases where it could be rational to do something pretty extreme like that. But I would think, at least in the majority of cases, it's probably not going to be rational to get surgery just to increase your bone density a little bit.
But what do you think about, aside from all of those benefits that you could actually get, like, say, additional salary, better job market experience, or dating, what if he was doing that purely because of insecurity? Do you think it still would be rational to say, go ahead and do those surgeries because it would give you an X amount of additional salary, etc. But the true reason, say, Clavicular wanted to do all of those things was due to insecurity?
Well, it sounds like if we're stipulating for the sake of argument that the reason he's doing it is he's insecure, I guess we would, maybe there are things that someone should be insecure about, like if it's on your forehead, maybe it's reasonable to feel somewhat bad about that. Not like you've chosen to do something wrong, but maybe you read it as objectively not a good feature to have, and it'd be to get it removed if you could. But if you're something like that, if you already recently like Clavicular originally looked like, but what I'm saying is there might be rational and irrational things to be insecure about. Like, and I'm not even sure that word, but let me look at the word from it. Let's say a rational security would be a huge wart on forehead, and an irrational security would be to be considered your job a half a millimeter less prominent than you would like, even an attractive person. Let's say you're already getting lots of date opportunities, you generally think you're good. You can look even better about that. Again, I'm not sure if it's the word, but just that from rational security on this front, but irrational security, more vacant, so I'd be half millimeter months. And so, since irrational security you have, I would apply it's not good to act on that kind of security, but if the other kind of security you're concerned about your on your forehead, I think it would be rational to act on that and get it. So that's at least a thought, having thought about it, to give you some off the thoughts on this.
It seems you distinguish between rational and irrational insecurity based really upon comments that if I were to act on them, bring, right? Or something.
You put it like so. Yes, you have less opportunities for dating. Plus, you're looking at yourself in there. I guess you could talk about this. I don't know what would be concerned isn't for if you're not concerned about consequences, concerned about. Yeah.
Okay. Well, regarding the Clavicular and your part, it's rather to assume secure. I mean, he himself about identity. I think I was not very clever, but I do know this one. So, are you familiar with the term?
I have at least a vague idea, but it's better if you just define it.
Oh, by the way, stream is lagging.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's lagging. I hope at least video okay. So I had an internet connection problem earlier. It's going on. Sorry for that. Are the audio still?
I'm friends watching told that. So
okay. Let me check the audio is lagging. I don't know if I do. I decided to turn off. The video isn't much to hear. We are talking about looksmaxxing.
Yeah.
But, as long as you can hear the video.
And mugging.
Yeah, mugging. What is
mugging? I'm on practice of say there are two individuals who have like qualities, and one of the individuals is so much better in regard to that quality that he's mugging you. The fact it's not.
So he's shining, so to speak, because of his looks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not very sure. So the piece of the clever had is that one day he in primary school went to and while doing that, heard another person come to another stall and started doing the same thing. And that moment, Clavicular got extremely injured because the force of his stream was much smaller than the other person who was mocking him. That's real for you. And from there on, he wanted to increase the size of his will. You could guess what, and also the of his stream in order to never be peaceful again. I think we could do this. He's pretty insecure.
Yeah, he's got his priorities out of whack if he's concerned about that kind of thing. I think there are a lot of important things. So it sounds like he has some problems. He's healthy and stuff.
That would be to that. And Another case. Have you ever heard about the Calculator frame Objectivism incident? It was quite big in social media.
I'm not sure I have. I've seen clips on TikTok, but I don't know if I've seen the one you're referring to. You can describe
Oh,
it.
that's. Oh yeah, sure. It's a Clavicular frame. Going around places, pops up. And he met one guy, the Calculator guy, and tried to do like a little troubleshooting, say so. And middle of everybody missed how so quickly the looks compared to the guy who reading that moment. I felt really thing in the Mexican community. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I asked that if it's lagging. I guess it sounds different than it's on Zoom there in YouTube. Nick says it's lagging. Now, do you miss buffering? Like, does it stop once in a while to buffer, or Bill says yes? I don't know what lag is like. Does that just mean the is being there's no concern about it, but it's choppy. Choppy. Okay. I don't know what to do. I could illuminate and start and see if that's a better connection. I don't know what else I could do short of like our computer take a bit longer. I think that might go stream. We'll have to, how do I use Zoom call? We'll restart Zoom and see if that makes a difference. Want to do that?
Okay.
So
we want to.
I guess because I want to be clear on what else I can do. I like something be interfering.
Yeah, fine doesn't be.
Now so I think that Nick's buffering. There's a lot of static that comes through. Okay. How long has that been on? Okay, well, I'm going to start Zoom and other things. So I'm going to close down Zoom and then try to restart it, and you can come back in a minute. All right. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing. It shows on my end that audio is working. Let me test. Here, let me try something else. Oh, Hazir says he can hear me now. Oh, Hazir says he can hear me now. All right, now it looks like I just heard myself on my phone, so I guess the sound is working. I had to refresh this stream on my phone to test it there. And by doing that, I lost the earlier part of the chat, but that's okay. So I don't know why the sound just started working, but I'll take it. All right, so is it? Hopefully, it's not lagging anymore, and it's back to the way it should be. And if you want to call back in, Hazir, you can do that. You should be able to just click on that link, the same link as before. Florida Nick says, yes, sound is back. Anne says, is the cough comment ahead of time? What's the cough comment? Welcome back, says Bobby. I've no sound. Greg has no sound. Oh, Hazir is back in the waiting room. Okay. Just a second while I make sure I got my Zoom settings right. Okay. Okay, Greg has sound now. Good. He refreshed on his end. I admitted Hazir, but he's not showing up in my... It says on his... It says he's joining in Zoom, so maybe for some reason it's taken longer than usual for him to actually join the call. Oh, I guess you can see that. I got to remember all that stuff shows up. I guess you can see that. Okay, now he's entered under a different account. Okay, hold on. Let me. I'm just gonna remove the video here for a second until I can get him in. In Mitts. Okay, I guess he called in on a different account. All right, that one came in fast.
Oh, hello.
Hi, you're back. All right, so I see you called in on two different accounts or something.
Oh
But
no,
one
I just didn't
one of
log
them
in.
is
It's you can just come in without making any account, so that's why.
okay because I saw two Hazirs in Zoom for a little bit. Okay, but let me just bring
That's
the
weird.
video back on to the screen. Okay. All right, so Hazir is back. Sorry for that interruption. I don't know why the sound wasn't working for a while and why there was lag. But anyways, I restarted Zoom and sound is working now. Oh, maybe it was because I had to reconnect something in OBS. I have an idea. Anyway, all right, we can continue. So where did we leave off?
Oh yeah, I was talking about the SU fret leader
Right.
mugging Clavicular. In any case, I actually have found the video of that. It would be rather interesting to see how you'd react to it because unlike just talking about the situation, you can actually see it. Like, here it is. I sent it in chat.
Okay. Let me take a look at that. But first, I want to just remove the video before it shows up here on YouTube to see if I want to share it.
Yeah, sure. Look for it.
Okay.
It shouldn't be against TOS, but being rather careful about it is the correct choice.
Okay. And I'm also going to remove Zoom audio. So maybe, yeah, I guess you should still be able to hear me though. Okay. You can hear me now, right? Okay. I don't know if the audience can hear me now. Actually, I'm curious. Well, there's a delay of like 15 seconds, so yeah, I guess you should still be able to hear me though. Okay. You can hear me now, right? Okay. I don't know if the audience can hear me now. Okay, yeah, I just tested it on my phone, and the audience can hear me. That's fine. I just don't want them to hear the audio from the clip you sent me. Actually, I know I can. Okay, well, I'm gonna turn this audio back on because it doesn't matter, and I'm gonna turn off a different audio button. Okay, now the audience can't hear me. Okay, so audience, I'm just going to turn off this audio for a little bit while I play this clip in the background and decide if I want to share it on screen. So I'm just going to be muted for a little bit.
Yeah, I could hear it. Oh no, I can't hear the music. I can hear you properly. Mhm. Oh no, it's like 15 seconds or something. It's not that long. Yeah. Yeah. Do be careful about people sending you clips though, because it's rather a certain trollish practice to send something NSFW to streamers for them to open on stream and like get them banned. I personally have seen a bunch of streamers in the past that have been sent explicit videos of say horses, and
Yeah.
they got banned from it. If you heard about that.
Okay. I just I've turned on the audio and video again for the audience.
The modern
Yeah,
torture.
that's why I wanted to look at the clip off stream before I shared it, because sometimes trolls, as you say, they will try to send some TOS violating contents. Okay, but this I think is okay to share. So let me just pick the right screen. Let's see. Gotta make sure I have the. Okay. Yes, I think it should show up. So there's the caption says Clavicular ran into an ASU, Arizona State University, frat leader, got brutally frame mogged, which I guess means he was outshone. So I don't know if you can hear any audio like other than the music. Like there's, it sounds like there's some talking, but you can't really make out what they're saying. At least I couldn't. But let me share this now. Okay, so now you can see them. And I'm going to play. It's like 10 seconds, and I guess it loops. So I'm just going to play it maybe in one or two, maybe once or twice, since it's very short. And you can let me know if you hear it in the chat or... okay.
You stopped. You got me by a lot. I stopped gymming. Yeah, dude. Fuck. You want to go down to Bama? I appreciate you. Crimson Tide. You stopped. You got me by a lot. I stopped gymming. Yeah, dude. Fuck. You want to go down to Bama?
All right, so that's it. They're just hanging around there, and as I said, you can't really hear what they're saying. But the caption says Clavicular, who is this guy? The guy who...
I appreciate you.
The guy on the left in the black, that's Clavicular. And he ran into the ASU frat leader, this guy, and he got brutally frame mogged, outshone, I guess. So, what's the issue on this?
So you see.
By the way, did you hear that? Like people in the audience, were you able to hear that?
I think they did.
Let me go back to the chat. Let me see if anyone said... Oh, I can't see the chat on that screen. I got to go over... okay, well, I assume they would say if they couldn't hear, so I'm going to assume they heard it. Okay, so what's the issue with this?
It might look like a nothing burger, but in reality, it actually nearly destroyed his whole career. I mean, this specific clip where he got frame mogged, which means he got outshone by his shoulder width ratio, nearly destroyed Clavicular's career. And what do you think about like the state of modern culture where something like that just completely decides your career or not in more young parts of the internet, if you could say so.
Well, it's the word silly is coming to mind. Um, like what is his career? First of all, I think destroyed his career. I mean, if his career is to be, I don't know, what is his career, like a looksmaxxer or
Yeah, Clavicular is a looksmaxxer. That's right. He was one of the people who got it so popular. Indeed, I mean, as I said before, the whole piss smogging incident and that one, uh, those were kind of like the big looksmaxxing things that happened, and a lot of young people, especially young men, watch it and take that as seriously as possible. They do think that your ability to mug somebody defines your whole social life. And so that's why they would rather spend a lot of money, time, and effort into getting plastic surgeries, like the height one that I talked about, or a double jaw surgery to get your chin and jaw bigger. Uh, and I think that's ludicrous and completely insane. But it's rather interesting how much money and interest in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does seem pretty silly to me, and like even within the looks maxing world, like I don't know how you. I guess if he makes money by getting a lot of attention because he's the best looking guy, maybe he doesn't make as much money as he used to if he gets outshone by someone else. But
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean you can no longer have a career as a looks maxer. It might just mean you're not the most. Maybe you don't make the most money at it. Like LeBron James, maybe he was the best basketball player, at least for a certain number of years in the NBA, but that doesn't mean no other basketball players can make a lot of money. They can. Maybe they're just not at the top. But also, like, there might be other things that go into it. Like maybe you're better looking than someone in certain respects, but you have a terrible personality, or maybe you're not good at social media in the technical side of it. So maybe even if this guy outshines Clavicular here, maybe he doesn't have the tech savvy and the personality in order to match Clavicular. So maybe still Clavicular can get the most clicks, the most views, or so. Even within his own world, I don't think that being outshone by someone in a certain respect necessarily means his career is over as a looks maxer.
Well, maybe he wasn't though, but the people reacted very violently. I mean, this was unironically dubbed the 9/11 of the looksmaxing community. It was that bad.
It seems pretty silly, and also people can change. Like, let's say he looks max and starts to outshine this guy in the future, and he like retakes his title, like in boxing, right? You might lose the title for
Yeah,
a
that
while
actually
and then
happens.
make a
That
comeback.
actually happens.
Yeah,
there's a ranking for Chads. Let's say right now, Clavicular is number 3 ranked Chad, and the third number 1 ranked Chad is ASU threat leader, because he mugged both him and Androgenic, another Chad. So this whole sphere is extremely competitive. I mean, so competitive that being mugged is quite literally a death sentence for someone's career. I mean, you got to think about it this way. There are a lot of impressionable young men who watch it, who want to see like who is like the best one, the biggest one. And so people just flock to those who think they're like, oh, again, the best. So in that sense, yeah, his career nearly got destroyed by that mugging incident, indeed. And I do think that it's kind of insane to what degree people have to go through and lengths to get really popular in today's social media. And that really shows the current state of modern society.
It seems pretty unhealthy, and also there are certain preferences people have where I don't think you can objectively say that one person is better looking than the other, like universally. Like, let's say you have a certain taste, like maybe like you like a Hispanic sort of look, or an Asian sort of look, or a black African American look, or European look. And maybe this ASU frat guy, he outshines him in some respects. Like maybe he has a better built body, but maybe his face is different. Maybe he's Italian rather than German or something, or Scottish rather than English, and you just happen to have a certain preference. And so you might say, okay, well, he outmogs him in terms of his body, but he doesn't outmog him in terms of his face, at least given my particular preferences. So it all seems pretty silly, and maybe people are just, they want there to be some drama, and they use these overwrought terms like the 9/11 of looksmaxxing, and because they get some excitement out of using this kind of terminology. But yeah, they might just grow out of it in a few months or a few years.
Well, in regard to say looksmaxxing and black pill, well, the big thing about this movement, it's not just being obsessed with looks, is that those people specifically, mathematically, are setting objective, as objective as at least they think, attractiveness parameters, like what is the ratio between your lower, mid, and like forehead, what is the space in between the eye, the rotation of the eyes. If you heard about hunter eyes and prey eyes, stuff like that, they really set on certain skull shapes being the objectively aesthetical ones, and everybody who isn't in that category are, well, as they call them, basically subhumans.
Yeah, that seems pretty silly, arbitrary, subjective. I don't think there's like some universal ratio of facial geometry that is objectively appealing to everyone. I mean, maybe there's some evolutionary history that explains, like, if you're raised, or if you have evolutionary ancestry in Africa, like black people, maybe you are evolutionary designed to be attracted to certain people with those kinds of looks. But if you're European or Chinese or Indian, maybe they were evolved to find a different kind of facial geometry most attractive. And of course, there's also interracial marriages. Even if you happen to have a certain genetic ancestry, that doesn't determine your aesthetic preferences. Going like you're not only attracted to people of your own similar genetic type, what you might call a race, if that's even a valid term. So maybe there's some pseudoscience associated with this movement as well.
It's not really about race. They rank, like, if you look at the ranking of chads, there are a lot of like black people, well, Asian people, not only like white people. So it's more about like the density of your bones, the specific ratio on your face that aren't really race specific. Mm-hmm. Stuff like that. Well, do you think why do people really have such preference? Because if nobody would have cared about those specific, say, measurements, etc., this whole looksmaxxing thing wouldn't really be as popular and as big as it is.
Why do people care about these sorts of? Maybe it's an absence of, or maybe partly due to bad education. So, like, I think if people had a great education, there would be many more serious things to be concerned about. Like, if, for example, Lisa Van Dam is an objectivist educator, and she started a school in California, and they read amazing literature, and they have excellent history courses. And she has a background in objectivism, and she's been influenced by Leonard Peikoff's course, The Philosophy of Education. And so if you're getting an amazing education, there's a whole world that is open to you that's will be interesting to you, like the whole world of literature. And maybe kids who get that kind of education, that's what they're focused on. They don't care so much about this looksmaxxing. But if your education is just a boring waste of time, and the best part of school is when the bell rings and you can go home and do something more interesting and exciting, then maybe this is just kind of a drug that people take as an escape from the dreariness, the boredom of much of the rest of their lives. So I think it might be a sign of a bad culture, partly a bad education system, where this becomes so prominent in people's value system, and they organize their whole lives around it, and they become obsessed with it and spend lots of time
Oh,
on it.
yeah. I mean, there are cases of people actually unaliving themselves because they find themselves to be like undesirable by those measurements. Like, it's called sub free. Like, the whole ranking from 1 to 10, and people who are like sub free are like, they can't do anything about them, and some really do unalive themselves.
That's terrible. That's tragic. So yeah, I really hope that the culture gets to a better state where people are not so concerned about this kind of petty stuff, and they concern themselves with more serious values, not these superficial things. I mean, there's a role for superficialities to a certain extent, but it sounds like people are way over concerned in an unhealthy way in this movement.
Oh, okay. Well, that was nice to hear your opinion about that. That was interesting to hear. Again, because there.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for calling in and raising the topic. All right, you too. Okay. Thanks to Hazir for calling in. I didn't ask where you're from. I like to know that sometimes. Not that you don't have to tell me, but I'm curious where people are calling in from. Like if you're calling in from Europe or somewhere else. Sometimes talk show hosts, they will start by saying, "What's your name? Where are you calling from?" And they just ask that right off the bat. I don't usually do that, but it is interesting to know where around the world people are calling from. I've had someone call in from Israel, from Japan, South Africa, Europe, various countries in Europe, France, Sweden, UK, Canada. I don't know if I've had any Latin American callers like from South America. Those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. Okay. Let me come back to the chat. It's been a while since I've seen the chat. Bobby says, do I have a rank Objectivist by looksmaxxing? No, I'm not going to do that. And if I did do that, it would just be my own personal ranking. It wouldn't be like a objectively correct ranking that everyone would agree with if they are objective. I think there's a lot of personal preference involved. Is the sound good now? No lagging? It's all clear? I'm going to try to pop out this chat again. Hopefully that doesn't slow it down. Okay. Florida Nick says, sounds good. Hazir says, yeah, it's good. All right. Thanks for that feedback. I need to switch this to live chat. Now, why isn't... On my OBS, it still shows... Oh, do I have to reshare the... maybe because I restarted the window, I have to reconnect the pop-out. Yeah, I think that's going to fix it. It's not showing the correct part of the chat on the screen right now. But I think I know how to fix it. There we go. I think that did it. But I can make it wider. Oh, that's going to be... By the way, my super chat is still open. If anyone wants to contribute, support the show. Thanks for your super chats earlier while Harry was on. Some people, looks like they were asking where Harry is. I did an interview with him earlier in the show, starting about half an hour into it, and I think it went on for maybe an hour and 47 minutes, something like that. But if you want to hear that now, you're going to have to rewind. It's now 5:38 Pacific. When did I start? I started at 1. So I've been going for close to 5 hours. With no break. But I don't feel a need for a break. Right now, at least. Oh, Leighton Preon is back. Hello. All right, so now how far can I go back? All right, should I start from the end of the chat and work my way back up? That way I'm prioritizing people who are probably still here, more likely to still be here. Did Binswanger respond to my earlier question? What was your earlier question? I didn't see your earlier question. I didn't know you answered. I had to leave. Brazy She. I think I've seen you here before. Brazy She. That name looks familiar. Yeah, I came once or twice. Leighton Preon got a new job. I made a distinction between open borders open immigration and open borders, and I asked about quarantine at the border. He didn't discuss a distinction between open immigration and open borders, at least not that I recall. And I don't recall him talking about quarantine at the border. He might have said a little about disease. We didn't discuss the issue of disease much, though. More about crime and jihad, whether those are actually legitimate concerns. So did you submit a question for him somewhere? You mean during my stream or on some other stream? Because I don't remember seeing you here until just now, in the last few minutes. So maybe you mean you asked him a question somewhere else? Or you're just wondering if he answered your question even though you didn't pose it, like whether the issue you were interested in is one that he discussed, not that you raised the question explicitly. Maybe that's what you mean. Oh, Hazir says he lived in Israel, moved to Canada. Okay. And Friedrich Nietzsche, you're in Ukraine? Is that what you mean? I didn't start a new stream like at a different link. I had to I don't know if Ann is still here. I restarted Zoom because some people were saying the stream was lagging, and I thought maybe if I restarted Zoom, which is what I use for calls, when somebody calls in, they click on the Zoom link, and I restarted Zoom, but I didn't restart the YouTube stream. But it was interrupted for a while. But it's all happened at the same link on YouTube. Oh, you could hear Hazir, but not me for a little bit. Yeah, I unmuted on OBS for a second or a split second while Hazir was talking, but I was not. So maybe that's when you heard him, but not me. Harry did answer super chats. I read all the super chats that came in, plus some that were not super chats. So we got a good deal. All right. I remember I read these already. Bobby missed me. Is that while I was having technical difficulties? And there was a little section, and when the stream was garbled while Harry was here, there were a few minutes which you might not be able to hear because there was some internet trouble. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash, as happened once. The first time I tried streaming using OBS, my stream just stopped like after 5 hours, and I didn't tell it to stop. It just stopped on its own. I don't know why it did that. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. It'll only stop when I tell it to stop. It's never rational to be second-handed. I agree. But you can be reasonably concerned about your appearance. I don't think that makes you second-handed. If you obsess about it, I think you can be, like if you go overboard with it, but I don't think it's second-handed to have at least some concern about your appearance. Because you have your own judgment about your own looks, independent of what others think. I think that's reasonable. And also you can make accommodations for other people's preferences to a certain extent. Like let's say you're dating somebody or you're married to somebody and they prefer that you have a beard or they prefer you don't have a beard. And maybe you're indifferent as to whether you have a beard or not, but hey, why not make yourself in the way that your partner prefers if it doesn't matter to you one way or the other, but let's say they prefer you to have a beard, why not grow a beard? If you can. That would be showing some concern for other people's preferences about your looks, but I don't think that's an irrational kind of concern to have. I think that would be a reasonable taking into account of other people's preferences. And that's what lots of businesses do. They want to know what their customers want, at least within certain limits. And I do that on my stream. Like I will do a poll of the chat sometimes. How should I do things? Should I read from the end of the chat backwards, or should I start from the beginning of the chat and go forwards? Or should I jump around? And I take into account what my audience wants, because part of what I'm trying to do here is make this an engaging show for my audience. So there are cases where it is rational and not second-handed to take other people's preferences into account. I think Michael Jackson, did his plastics because he had health issues, like his nose stuff. Okay. I don't know about that. I haven't looked into that carefully. When you start selling merchandise, you should make a shirt that says, "I was there for the troll attack and survived." Yeah, I talked about a stream 5 months ago, October 4th, I think that was the date, when I was attacked by trolls. A lot of them, or at least a lot of accounts. Oh, Kudababa's here. He says, "Congrats on your first year, Dan." Thank you. Appreciate it. Robert says, many of us have good reason to have a chip on our shoulder. The question is, does the buck stop here, or do we expect others to pay the price for our issues? I don't know what the context for that is. Maybe if I read some more of these chats, I'll understand that better. Let's see, is that as far as I can? Oh, that's as I can't scroll back any further. See, when I refresh the chat window, as I just did a little bit ago, it doesn't allow me to go past a certain point backwards, so I can only go back to 4:20 p.m. Pacific time. So maybe I'm not going to be able to find the reason for or the context of this chat from Robert. It's sad how young white men turn to Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes as a form of contrarianism to modern society. But to be honest, I think most of them have every right to feel that the system has wronged them, says Friedrich Nietzsche. At least the Friedrich Nietzsche in my chat. So maybe that's what Robert is responding to. Many of us have good reason to have a chip on our shoulder. The question is, does the buck stop here? Or do we expect others to pay for the price for our issues? All right, that's as far as I can go back on the YouTube chat. I'm looking on my phone to see if I can go further back. I don't think so. Let's see, there's one other place I can check. To see if I can go further back. Oh, looks like I can go further back. Wow, that goes a lot further back. Okay. Here's the now I'm at the discussion of trolls, which I already read. Somebody says joy maxing. Nietzsche says joy maxing. I guess I should share this screen because you can't see the chats I'm looking at now. Okay. See, on this screen I can scroll back further. I'm looking for chats that I earlier that I haven't read yet. That's why I'm scrolling to. This is my studio view, and I can go all the way back to during the live stream actually, because these are super chats that came in during the during the interview with Harry. So I can at least go back to those. Was that the last one from Bobby? Was that the last super chat? I think it might have been. Let's keep this troll here so he can continue to donate money to Dan's channel, says Audrey. Yeah, he did make a donation of a couple dollars. Yeah, $1.99. I ended up blocking this person because he was being rude, or she. Oh, maybe Leighton Preon was here because I see him referenced right here. Can I make this any larger? It's probably kind of small. 29 is 28 many more than 1. I guess that's my viewer count. I was saying how I had more viewers than I ever got before when Harry was here, it almost got up to 40 viewers. Maybe it did get to 40, but the highest I saw it, I know I saw it say 39 at one point. And before today, I think my highest was about 20. Win, Harry Binswanger, win. Hearts emoji. Oops. Bobby says, I love Harry. Harry for the W. See, why is this? Okay, I think I paused that. My video in the background was still playing. Hopefully you stay for the next 6 hours. That was set at 3:28 Pacific. It is now 5:58. So, what, 2.5 hours that was said. Steven asks, have you seen... Oh, yeah. He asked about this one, whether I would review it. Yeah, I still need to check on that. People are talking to the person I blocked. Stream all night, says Bobby. Okay, I remember reading that one. Maybe I'll do an overnight stream one of these days. Maybe if I'm having trouble sleeping one night, I'll just wake up in the middle of the night and start streaming. Excuse me. I guess I could look this up now. Steven asked if I wanted to review this for $20. He says it's 7 minutes and 20 seconds long. Actually, I'm going to Google that in another window. Who is the name of the person? Oh, Neil Colhat's car. Okay, I found it. Yeah, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay. Maybe I'll watch that later, but I at least brought it up on my screen to remind me. You should make your question a super chat, especially since you enjoy helping Dan out with the donations. I don't know if I would read it, though. If it's not a civil, then I might not read it, at least not the part that's uncivil. As happened with one of the super chats for when Harry was here. I only read the civil part. Isn't co-ownership like in an HOA, public corporation, or closed community a valid form of collectivism, asks Evolutionary Capitalist. I don't think that's collectivism. I could explain why, but maybe he's no longer here. I want to give priority to people who are here live. So if you let me know you're still here, maybe I'll address that now. Bobby says, read the chat, please. Are you asking me to do that? I am reading the chat, but not the end of it. I wanted to go back to the beginning to see which ones I missed before I come back to the ends. I don't know how many more I need to read to catch up. Cooperation and collectivism are two very different things, says Robert. Yeah, that's right. If the collective is the ultimate value, that's when you have collectivism. If the individual is the ultimate value, that's when you have individualism. So if you're joining together in order to benefit the individuals, like in an HOA, like if people decide it's in their interest to form this community, then it's not collectivist. Like, or joining this stream. Are we all engaged in a collectivist activity right now because we are all here together in a group, in a collective? Are we being collectivists? To be individualists, do we have to all go out on our own and not have any contact with people? No, that would be a straw man of individualism. It just means that if you are joining others in some kind of group or association, it's because it benefits you as an individual. So if you decide using your own mind that it is in your interest to partake in a group, then it's individualist. But if you think you have some duty to join some kind of group, a duty to do it even if it is not in your interest, even if it's against your interest, then you're acting in a collectivist sort of way. Like if you think you have to be part of some tribe, like if you're a Native American, let's say, and your tribe is going to sacrifice you and tear out your heart, and you think, okay, well, I'm part of the Aztecs, so it's my duty to submit to human sacrifice and allow my heart to be torn out. That would be collectivism. You're not placing your own interests ahead of anything else. You're subordinating your interests to this group that you happen to be part of. But just being a part of a group, if your reason for being part of the group is because you think it's in your self-interest, then you're doing it for individualistic reasons. All right, I remember I read this before. Okay, I think I might be caught up now with all the old chats. I still haven't given up on the Fear and Hunger stream one day. Okay, I haven't read that one yet, so that's new. I don't know what that is referring to. Why you can't gain values in any way by means of non-reason. All right. I think Stephen is a programmer. Stephen is a lawyer. And he's called in before. All right, I'm up to 4 o'clock in reading, catching up on the chats. I wish I could toggle on timestamps on my phone. I don't see a way to do that. The issue was a self-proclaimed objectivist saying that white skin has more objective aesthetic value than black. Okay, I don't buy that. I had asked Bobby what the issue was being discussed in a Discord server, and he said this was the issue they were discussing. Someone said white skin has more objective aesthetic value than black. What would be the argument for that? I've seen some servers where it even says in the rules posted, like some Discord servers, there's a list of rules, and on that list it'll say be respectful or something like that. But then the server is just loaded with disrespectful comments. So I think a lot of servers, they don't take their own rules seriously. How much for block immunity? The price is cheap. Rationality, goodwill, graciousness. But strangely enough, some people would rather be blocked than pay that price. Yeah, that's a good point. It's, in a sense, the price is very cheap. It's free. You just have to act in the right way. You don't have to contribute any dollars. Just act in the right way, and you won't be blocked. Does Peikoff say morality is easy or hard to practice? That's right. He did a... Was that a talk he gave? That sounds vaguely familiar. Maybe he said it's both in different respects, but I don't recall. He has described it as the easiest thing in the world, that is morality, but it depends on what you mean, what context you're referring to. Certainly, sometimes doing the right thing is hard, and there are people who will punish you for sticking to your principles, says Robert. Oh, Certainty and Happiness. That's the name of the lecture where he talks about whether morality is easy or hard to practice. All things are as difficult as they are rare. Peikoff quotes Spinoza. In another respect, however, this is Ayn Rand's unique perspective. To attain happiness, so far from being extraordinarily difficult, is the simplest thing in the world. If she were here, she would say, all you have to do is live. Just as to attain certainty is the simplest thing in the world, because all you have to do is think, says Robert. All right, now I've caught up to the point where I can go back to the other chat window, which I normally share. This one. Okay, and I read these already. Joan Rivers killed herself with plastic surgery? Is that what you mean? Where do you cross the line between rational and irrational concern with your appearance? I don't know how you define that, if that's what you mean. Maybe when it starts to infect other parts of your life that in a way that makes your life overall worse. I'm not sure. All right, I'm into the 5 o'clock hour. So I'm only about an hour behind, catching up fast. Only the present exists. The past is only an illusion. Says Hazir. And what about the future? Does that exist? If the past doesn't exist, does that mean that I didn't do an interview with Harry Binswanger today? Because it's not going on right now. Only the present exists. Man, all that trouble I went through, set that thing up, and it doesn't even exist. Oh, it was recorded, though. Maybe it does exist. But what if it weren't recorded? Would it exist? The recording exists. But if it weren't recorded, would it exist? I'm going to want to hear what he said about war again. The last question I asked him, Harry Binswanger. I was a bit distracted towards the end because when I was shifting my focus over to the super chats, I couldn't pay as much attention to him when he was talking because I wanted to get the super chats sorted out and ready to answer and present them in a certain order, and I wasn't able to give him 100% of my attention. So I definitely missed some things towards the end that I want to go back and hear it. And a lot of it's going to seem like I'm hearing it for the first time because I was just quite distracted in the last 10 minutes or so dealing with all the super chats. Well, I guess more than the last 10 minutes. Basically from the point where I started taking super chats until the end, all that is going to seem quite new when I re-listen to it. Nietzsche says, I love Nietzsche. That is my chatter, who goes by the name Nietzsche, says, I love Nietzsche, although we might love him for different reasons. That is, he and Leighton Prion might love him for different reasons, because Prion says Nietzsche is based, which is a slang word for cool. Based. Although we might love him for different reasons because he gets misinterpreted a lot. The worst one that people often misinterpret is probably will to power. That came up at least a little bit, and in my last live stream, I don't know if you were here when I said I talked about Nietzsche in my, was it the last live stream or the one before it? Where is that? Wow, 35 likes. That's the most I ever got, for sure, during a live stream. That's great. Thank you. If you haven't liked the stream yet, but you like the stream, I'd appreciate it if you would like the stream. Yeah, that's definitely the highest number of likes I've ever gotten during a live stream. But I was going to go, oh yeah, over to my list of all my live streams. Since we have Nietzsche here in the chat, you might be interested to check out my last live stream where I actually mentioned Nietzsche in the title. There was some discussion of him there. I don't know a lot about Nietzsche. I haven't read him myself, aside from excerpts. I'd like to learn more about him, but I say some things based on my reading of secondary sources about Nietzsche, and I've heard Leonard Peikoff discuss him some, I think, in his History of Philosophy course. Oh, I see. Read the chat, please. And I thought, I didn't know what Bobby was talking about, and he says he meant my last super chat to Harry. How far? Actually, I can get to it quicker if I just go up here to fan funding. This one, I guess you mean. My friend often attempts to deceive others by pretending to be 3 different people. Any advice for him? I thought you might have meant he has 3 different online personas. Like he has different accounts, sock puppet accounts. But maybe you mean in real life, not on the internet. He pretends to be different people. What would Rand's position be? Is this compatible with objectivism? All right, there, I've read your chat. Again, because I originally read it when Harry was here. Oh, you see 36 likes now. Maybe if I look on my phone. Sometimes my phone updates sooner than my laptop. So if I check there, maybe I'll see. Oh, yeah, I see it says 36 on my phone. Unless someone just added a new like. Maybe that could explain why it went up. Like Fear and Hunger, the game. Oh, I meant to... Okay, that is showing up. I still think it would be a huge W to play it on stream, as it is a slow, atmospheric experience, not one of those highly mechanical games. I've never played that game. I don't play video games. I haven't for many, many years. I was just saying that a lot of white supremacists are often not even white, just self-hating people. Oh, is that in response to that chat I read about some people think it's objectively better white skin is objectively better. Maybe this is what you're elaborating. Maybe that's what you're elaborating on here. Or you mean people who aren't, like, they don't even look what people would normally call white? Like black people might think that might be white supremacists because even they think that white people look better? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure. Anyway, I think it is more about not troubling yourself with the past, as the present is so much more important, to which I can relate, says Hazir. All right, I am now caught up in the chat. And I'm starting to feel my voice is going. Oh, I just see a message popped up saying the meeting will automatically end in 5 minutes due to inactivity. Oh, maybe that's what happens. Keep meeting active. Oh, interesting. Okay, that would explain why my stream automatically ended the other day when I... Geez, I almost accidentally hit end meeting on Zoom. But no, I'm going to click keep meeting active. And I check the box that says do not automatically end my meeting, so this shouldn't happen again. So apparently there's a Zoom setting where after 5 hours, it automatically ends my meeting unless it detects some activity. And it never did that before. I don't know why, but apparently it's doing that now. But I guess it's not going to do it again since I've now checked the box that says do not automatically end my meetings. And I'm going to say click meeting active, or keep meeting active. So, okay, yeah, I guess the first stream I used OBS, I wasn't keeping an eye on Zoom, and then this message popped up that said the stream is going to end in 5 minutes unless there's some activity on Zoom, and I didn't see that, and then the stream just ended. But fortunately, I did see it this time, so it's not going to end in 5 minutes unless I choose to tell it to end. So it's going to end on my own terms. Okay. All right, so I'm caught up in the chat now. And my voice is starting to get tired. So I either need to take a break or in the stream, or someone needs to call in and do some of the talking, but my voice is starting to feel strained. Should I take a poll on whether I should keep streaming or not? I see there's 15 people watching now, it says, which is great. That's definitely higher than my average stream, so I want to take advantage of that. So that incentivizes me to keep streaming. Okay, how about this? I'll take a break and then come back and see if there's more chats to engage with. If not, then maybe I'll just end the stream for good. But if there are chats to engage with, or if somebody calls in, then I could engage with that. So it's partly up to you all as to whether I keep going here. So if I have material to engage with, then I will more likely keep going, at least if my voice permits it, if it's not too painful. All right, but I'm going to take like at least a 10-minute break here. And in the meantime, you all can continue chatting, and if I see some stuff to engage with when I get back, I'll engage with it, at least briefly. And if not, then I'll just end the stream for today, and we'll do another stream probably in 5 days. Someone told me they might call in for the next stream, actually. So we might have another guest on the 18th. I do these streams every 5 days. And that means the next stream would be Wednesday, March 18th, assuming I stick to that schedule of once every 5 days. Usually start around 1 p.m. Pacific. All right, but I need to take a break now. My voice is feeling strained. I'm just going to put a note here in the chat that says on break. Back in about 10 minutes, i.e. about, it's now 6:33, so if I stop talking at 6:34, 10 minutes after that would be 6:44. So I'll say back by about 6:44 p.m. Pacific. All right, and I'm going to put on my slide that says I'm on break on the screen, so anyone who comes by during the break will know what's going on. There it is. And the only thing that remains is for me to turn off my mic. All right, so thanks everyone for being here, for listening, watching, participating, and hope to see you on the other side of the break, at least some of you, and we can do at least a little bit more. We'll see how much. That remains to be determined. All right, see you soon. I am back. And during the break, I realized something concerning me, which is when I opened the live stream, it only went back an hour and 20 minutes. Whoops. Or an hour and 30 minutes now. It doesn't allow me to go back almost 5 hours to Harry's interview. I had to restart Zoom at a certain point. I wonder if that somehow caused me not to be able to go all the way back. But I just hope that the interview got preserved. Because when I like, if you try to refresh this page on your end, you're only going to see, at least what I see is I only get the last hour and a half. But you can see I've been streaming for 5 hours, 45 minutes. But if you refresh this page, well, not this page exactly, but the public watch page, like if I go, let's see, where is that? Here. I'm going to refresh this page. And then open this stream. And it shows I can only go back an hour and a half from where I am right now. That means Harry's interview is before this. So I really hope that didn't get deleted. But I'm concerned about that. So what gives me a little bit of relief is that I found another window where I can go back to Harry's interview. Let's see, which one is it? This one? I think this one. Yeah. See, there it is. But I hope that it's going to be preserved in YouTube. If I end the stream now, I hope it's going to preserve the entire stream, not just the last hour and a half. I don't know why it's not preserving the entire stream. But anyways, maybe just as a backup, I should play this interview now in case somehow it got deleted from YouTube, and try to capture the audio, and then maybe even if the beginning of the stream is lost, I can at least keep the end of the stream, which does include my replay of the interview now. And I guess anyone who joins the stream late can watch it now. You can watch the interview after the fact. But I really don't want to lose this interview. So I think what I'm going to do is play the interview again, and then it'll be captured by YouTube, I hope, going forward. So even if like the first what would it be? Even if the first 5 hours somehow got erased, I'll still have the last, I guess it would be the last 4 hours roughly, which would include my replay of Harry's interview, the interview with Harry. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can set that up, and hopefully I don't get some weird echo feedback thing going on. You can let me know in the chat how it sounds to you. I'll also be listening on my phone. But I'm also curious if you all experience the same thing I am. Like, if you try to refresh this page, can you go back further than an hour and a half from now? Like, can you go back to Harry's interview and hear it? Or am I the only one who can't go back that far? All right, so where's a good place to go back to? Maybe okay. I think I see a good place to start it. Okay, so if you're just joining and you don't know what's going on here, I am going to replay. I'm going to try. Hopefully this works. I'm going to try to replay the interview with Harry because I'm worried that somehow the original play of it got lost because I can't rewind back to it when I refresh the watch page on YouTube. But I do have one window open where I can still access the interview. So I'm going to try to play that forward and record that. And I'm just going to be quiet here in the background I don't want to interrupt it. I just want to play it forward as it originally happens. And hopefully I can capture that and make it look as original as possible. So let's see. Can I expand this window further? What's the best way to display this visually? I don't know if I can expand it. And get rid of all the stuff. On the side, like the chat. See, does that pop out? I can pop, let me try to pop that out. Well, actually, first I would just want to do Command plus to see if it, yeah, the when I do that, the chat window covers up the part of the screen I want to share. Actually, I'm going to try something else. I want to see what happens if I open up this page. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I don't think that's going to give me a better view. Actually, I think I'm going to share this later. Okay. So, I don't know a way to get a better visual than, well, I can at least delete my, here, I can at least get this out of the way. But I don't know a way if I can get a better image than that. So I think the zoom screen is going to appear in where it says who is Harry Binswanger. That big white space is going to be occupied once I start the Zoom call. But like the chat on the sidebar in the stream analytic data below it, I don't know how to get rid of that. So maybe I can edit it after the fact. I can edit out the stuff on the side. But I don't know that I can do that right now. I'm just trying to think if there's any... I could pull this tab out. That's not going to pull the tab out from the window and make it its own window, but I don't think that would help. All right, well, I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to fix this, because so maybe I should just start replaying it now. Oh, is my audio coming through? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn off my audio and mute it so that it doesn't interfere with the sound of the interview. And then I'm going to play it forward for it's like 2 hours long, I think, roughly. And hopefully that all gets caught, and even if I lost the original, I at least have this as a backup. And I'm going to be monitoring on my phone to make sure it's coming through okay. I mean, the most important thing is the audio. So even if I don't have great video or any video, you still have most of the value. It's much better with the video, but the most important thing is the audio. And hopefully when I end this whole stream, I'll find out that this was all unnecessary and that the original interview was preserved. But I've never seen this happen before, where like I lost the beginning of my YouTube stream. I don't know why that happens. I did have to restart Zoom, but I don't see why that would have affected the YouTube stream. All right, well, I guess I at least have the Zoom recording, at least a part of the Q&A, like when it started to sound choppy when he was talking about induction. So I at least have part of the Q&A, I think, the original of that. So maybe I can splice that into this backup copy if I need to. All right, but let me start playing this. Okay, so I guess if this goes on for about 2 hours, that means it's going to finish around 9 p.m. Pacific. And I don't know if anyone's still going to be here watching then, but if you are, I'll come back on and at least say hello and goodbye. But I do want to play this whole interview before I end the stream, just to have it as a backup in case the original somehow got lost. That would be terrible. But good if we can save it. Okay. I'm going to turn off my mic now and start playing the interview. And if I notice after, because I have to make sure that the sound is coming through on my phone. If I see that there's a problem with that, I'm going to come back, maybe turn my sound back on and try to troubleshoot the sound. But if it all works fine the first time, then I'm just going to let it keep playing for the next 2 hours or however long it is. Okay. See ya in a couple hours, maybe. Here we go. And when Harry dials in, I think I might go backstage just for a minute. Make sure everything is ready to go on his end before I bring him on. And I think I'll just mute myself temporarily while I do that. So I might disappear for a minute, and if things work as I intend, I'll have a slide to show that just says show will continue shortly, something like that, while I'm backstage with him. And then I'll just be back in a minute or so. So any minute now, I'll expect him to show up. Okay, just a reminder, in case you're joining now, I plan to reserve the last 10 minutes of the hour-long interview for audience questions. So if you have a question that you want to ask Harry, you could submit a super chat, and I will give priority to super chats. With the highest dollar amount getting priority. I see Stephen Katz is here. Hi, Stephen. Oh, Prophet Divinity is also here. Liam, hi. Yeah, I'm excited for this episode as well. Welcome. Let's see. Stephen has a super chat for $5. Now, Stephen submitted a contribution through PayPal in my last live stream. So he's got a balance built up that he can draw from. So even if he doesn't do a super chat now, I can still count his question there as a super chat. I'm just reading it right now. Okay. Let me copy that. Maybe I should copy all the super chats into a separate location. Actually, if I choose fan funding, it'll group together all the super chats. So that's a way I can quickly get to them. Oh, I didn't realize I had the Harry's bio on the screen there. I meant to have the chat window. I'll get to the bio later after Harry comes on. And I think I will probably clip this out as its own video afterwards. I'm not sure when, but hopefully within the next few days I will clip out the interview and publish it as its own video, and then that'll make it good for sharing. Like if you just want to share the interview, it'll just be a video by itself. Oh yeah, so I was going to go back to copying these. Actually, the one I really want to copy is Stevens, because that's the one most in danger of... Oh, Harry Binswanger has entered the waiting room. Okay, I'm going to go backstage and get Harry set up, and then I'm going to rejoin you shortly after that. All right, so I'll be back in just a minute or two. All right. Forgot my mic was off. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with Harry's camera. I was able to hear him okay, but for some reason his camera was not working, and he had used Zoom earlier today. So it's a mystery as to what the issue is, but he said he's going to reboot his computer, and hopefully that will fix whatever problem he was having with his camera. And we'll get started soon after that. So I'm just waiting for him to call back in on Zoom. I see we've got 20 people here watching. Thank you for being here. I saw it said 27 a little bit ago, so that was a record. I think 20 is the highest it's ever been on a live stream before, but I did see, at least briefly, it was up. Oh, now it said it's up to 27 again. I'm looking on my phone here. It gives me a counter. So we've set a record in terms of attendance today. Harry said I could just read his bio while he's rebooting his computer. Maybe I'll do that in a second, but he said it would be a pretty quick reboot also, but maybe I'll just catch up on the chat a little bit before, rather than read the bio. It's mind-boggling that we waste a half hour on how things work. Okay, not sure what that means. Why won't you and Harry answer my question? Jason, the interview hasn't started yet. It's going to be at the end that I take questions. I mean, I guess I could throw them in during the interview if it seems like particularly relevant to something we're discussing at that moment. But we'll get to it at some point. Oh, yeah, I wanted to copy down Steven's question because that one wasn't in a super chat form here, but he did contribute through PayPal. Let's see, where is that? Ah, here it is. And okay, and then one more. Oh, Audrey's was the other. Oh, Harry is back. Okay, I'm going to go back into the backstage right now, and then I'll be back hopefully in just a minute after we confirm things are working. All right. Harry is now online. Suited up now in his jacket. All right. So I just want to copy one thing into my list of super chats before we get started here. Oh, yes. Audrey had submitted a super chat, and I'm going to copy that into my list. Make sure I don't lose track of that. Okay. I think we are ready to go now. So let me just pull up Harry's bio, and then we will begin. Okay. Welcome to the Dan Norton Show. This is a special edition of the show because I have Dr. Harry Binswanger with me to discuss open immigration. Dr. Binswanger is a leading objectivist philosopher who knew Ayn Rand and was a friend of Ayn Rand in her final years. He is a PhD in philosophy from Columbia University, who's taught at Hunter College, as well as the New School for Social Research and the University of Texas at Austin. He's the author of How We Know, Epistemology on an Objectivist Foundation, the creator and compiler of the Ayn Rand Lexicon, publisher and editor of the Objectivist Forum, editor with Leonard Peikoff of audio tape workshops on objectivist epistemology, the author of Biological Basis of Teleological Concepts, a book integrating Ayn Rand and Darwin on biological goal-directedness, and for 38 years, he was a member of the board of directors of the Ayn Rand Institute. And just on a personal note, I've known Harry for decades, and I've learned a tremendous amount from him over the years, and including in a graduate seminar that I took with him on Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, Harry. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I expect to enjoy it a lot.
Excellent. Okay, so our subject today is immigration, in particular open immigration. Harry has some very radical views on that subject. And to start, I think it's often good just to define our terms and say what we mean. So when you talk about immigration or open borders, what do you mean by that?
Well, much more than you think, and much less in operation. I think aside from war, if you're at war, as many countries are, and arguably we are today, but this is a temporary condition. Aside from war, there should be no sign that you've crossed the border into the U.S., other than perhaps a billboard, "Welcome to the U.S." The border does not exist to control people. It exists to control government. A nation's territory, that over which it has sovereignty, is the area that its police are limited to and where its law is enforced. So we need the Mexican police to know they can't cross over and enforce Mexican law here. And we need American police to know they can't cross over into Mexico and enforce American law in Mexico. So it's for the police and any other force wielders of the government, military for instance, to know where their jurisdiction lies, where they can enforce law and the law of their land, and where they can't. It has nothing to do with the movement of you and me and Jose and Ahmad. No, is Ahmad? I don't know if that's a good Arab name. It has nothing to do, Muhammad. It has nothing to do with that. There's no right to interfere with the free movement of other people. And they have no right to interfere with your free movement. You should be free to take a plane to Heathrow, get off, and walk right to your hotel without being stopped by customs, without being stopped by immigration. Those people have no right to interfere with you when you go somewhere. And you have, well, our government has no right to interfere with the movement of people into our country and out of our country And then you want to know what kind of controls would there be? The same controls there are over you. Do you think the police have the right to stop you when you're going into the grocery and say, papers? Show me your papers. What permission do you have to be here? Can the police say, well, you know, you've got white hair, and there's a lot of people with white hair, I say that because I have white hair, have committed petty theft, so we're going to ask you to step in here and prove you haven't committed any petty thefts. You can't do that. And you can't check the criminal record. You can't detain a person coming across the border to check his criminal record, which probably wouldn't be very informational anyway, because, well, I'll get to that. Crime is a topic that we'll get to. So, welcome to America is the only border control, which is not a control, it's a welcome, that there should be. And this is radical, but radical means fundamental. The fundamental I'm getting to is no man has the right to initiate physical force against another. 2, government has no powers, no just authorized powers except what the individual has and delegates to the government. You can't stop someone at the border and say, hey, you're coming into the area where I live. Not my property, but you're coming on a road that is in my town, so I get to hold a gun to your head and demand that you prove to me you're not a criminal. Or whatever it is that you want him to prove to you. You have no right to do that. 300 million of us have no right to do that, so we can't delegate that right to the government. Government has no just power to interfere with anyone without probable cause. So my principle is whatever they can do to you when you walk into your neighborhood grocery store, and whatever they can't do to you, is the same standard at the border, which should not even be noticed by people moving across it. So if you walk into a grocery store and you got a pistol held like this, yeah, the police have a right and a duty to stop you and remove that pistol and so forth. And if somebody's crossing the border with a pistol, it's exactly the same. But if you go across this street and are just normal looking and normal acting, the government has no right to stop you and make you prove a negative. Prove you're not a criminal. Prove you're not carrying an infectious disease. And by the same token, the government can't do that to any foreign person at the border. It makes no difference. This line between the U.S. and Mexico makes no difference to the rights of people. You can't initiate, and the government can't initiate, physical force against another person without grounds about him. He's doing something funny? Okay, yeah. You can stop him in Dubuque, and you can stop him in El Paso or the border with Mexicali with California. But without probable cause or reasonable suspicion, the police no one can interfere with the free movement of individuals. So that's what I'm advocating. I'm advocating full freedom. Freedom of movement as well as every other kind of freedom. And freedom means the right to take the actions required to sustain your life by your own judgment. And the proviso is as long as you do not use force on other people, as long as you respect their rights. But the people crossing the border are not violating any rights. Now, I should take a breath here to let you say something, Dan.
Okay. So one thing that I think some people might be concerned about, even people within objectivism, and I think there are differences among objectivists on the topic of immigration, is shouldn't there be at least some kind of minimal screening at the border in order to screen out people associated with drug cartels who are very violent? There's lots of murders committed in Mexico, just across the border. There's jihadists around the world who might want to come commit some kind of terrorist attack. And I think a lot of objectivists would say, yeah, I'm on board with a much freer system than we have today. Like, we shouldn't have quotas. It shouldn't take a years-long process and thousands of dollars to hire immigration attorneys to get in. But
No,
shouldn't we
that's
have
a
at
10-year.
least like
It's a 10-year process,
okay, 10-year,
and it's up to around $100,000, I believe, to pay just to go through all the hoops, and they say, well, get in line for legal immigration. Yeah, that's a 10-year line with 100,000, certainly 50,000 in legal fees, and all kinds of restrictions at the end of it. So it's not just a matter of like getting into a movie theater when you get to the back of the line.
yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of disagreement. Where do they get off is what you want to ask.
So
Or where
people,
do
I
I
think,
get
are
off?
they're generally sympathetic to the idea of freer immigration, but shouldn't there be at least a minimal amount, like 5-minute interrogation or interview at the border?
Yeah. If you think there should be at the grocery, and when you get on a bus, and when you walk down the street to go to the downtown from Midtown. My God, if you're coming from Midtown, who knows what kind of criminals there are in Midtown, and you're trying to get into downtown? So we have to have some kind of, I'm in principle, this is what they're saying, principle in favor of free movement, but there's a lot of crime. So if you're coming down from a minority neighborhood, we know there's a lot of crime up there, you've got to be searched and frisked, and you've got to answer, fill out some forms and show that you have a right to be outside of your ghetto. Then it would be a ghetto. So there's just, foreigners happen to be of the same species as you and I. Foreigners are human beings, and we have our rights as human beings. So the epistemological, separate the political or the metaphysical from the epistemological. The metaphysical point that all objectivists should agree upon is that peaceful, regular folks like you and I should be able to come, I should say you and me, should be able to just come in because we're not doing anything bad. There's no reason to think we'll ever do anything bad. And by bad, I mean rights violating. So the metaphysical principle is that the innocent, the self-supporting, the good people get to come in. Then the epistemological issue is, what do you have the right to do to people to find out if they're good or bad? If they're peaceful or violent, if they're rights respecting or rights violating. What do you have? And we have centuries of law that has evolved, in a constitution and a whole legal system that's devoted to answering that question and saying specifically, what is enough evidence to constitute an objective threat or even reasonable suspicion? I'm just saying apply those same epistemological standards to determine who is stoppable and who is not, that you do inside the country, because foreigners are human beings, just like you. So that's my position. It's an integration, that we have standards for. The government can't use force unless you are free to act. Now, certain things are forbidden to you, but the government can't do anything except what is permitted. This is a point Ayn Rand makes in The Nature of Government. The private citizen can do everything except what's forbidden. And what's forbidden is you can't beat people up, you can't rob them, You can't threaten them. You can't drag them off. That's basically that kind of thing. Then the standards that have developed are when does the government declare a threat or have the right to even investigate if there is a threat? And those are known. Those exist. And just the cherry on the cake, and then I'll take another breath. ICE. ICE is founded on the principle the government can find out who's a bad guy just by looking at them. We don't have to go through no stinking epistemological procedures. We look at a guy, we listen to his accent, and we know he's got to be detained. We know that he's liable to be subject by us to physical force. We can stop him. We can take him away to a detention center. We can question him. We can do all kinds of things, including kill them, we find out. That's what happens when you unleash the idea of standards from the entire common law and constitutional law basis that it has so painfully been won by developing. So if people would think about it and separate the metaphysical question, which I think we all agree on, from the standards of evidence question, then I think it's pretty clear that there has to be a reason to interfere with the motion of somebody. A reason about him, not he comes from an area with a lot of crime. So do people in the slums. They come from an area with a lot of crime. Let's say race A has a higher crime rate than race B. Does race B then have the government stop members of race A randomly and say, produce your papers, prove to me you're not a threat? That's racism. And it's racism when it's done at the border. I don't mean racism in the sense of bigotry. I just don't like these people. There's a hell of a lot of that in the common, the widespread xenophobia about immigration. But objectivists don't have that, I don't think. But it's racism in the sense that it's collectivism. You're saying, well, because 1 out of 10 people, and that is nowhere near that either, because 1 out of 10 Mexicans is involved in some kind of drug-related bad force-using thing, then we can investigate all of them en masse. That's collectivism. The fact that 1 out of 10 of your neighbors is a criminal doesn't mean you're under suspicion. People have free will. The fact that they come from a high crime area means nothing about what they are going to do. All right, so that's a very long answer to a brief question on your part.
I did look up some statistics shortly before the show, and I saw that Tijuana, right across the border from San Diego, I think a couple years ago, the murder rate per capita was, I think it was twice what it was in Memphis. So like in Memphis, maybe 1 out of 2,000 people were killed in a given year. And in Tijuana, 2 out of 1,000 people were killed in the same year. So
yeah, but if you're going to play the statistics game, you've given up individualism. But I could play it. Let's play it. Okay. Let's give up individualism. The border towns, just pretending, the border towns in the United States have a lower crime rate than the average for the United States. If you want to avoid crime, go to El Paso or San Diego. Go to even South. What is it, Bonita? Right near the border. The crime rate there, according to Cato Institute, is lower in all the border towns with the South on the South than it is in the country. But it's kind of shocking to hear that, but when you think about it, it makes sense because people come to this country. Why do they come? To get welfare. No, they come for the American dream. So the better people come, the worst people stay behind. So it makes sense that there would be a big differential in the crime rate in our favor, so to speak, between Tijuana and Bonita.
Now, speaking of statistics, I guess in war, you mentioned at the outset that there's an exception for war. Is that just because statistically it's much more likely that there will be threats, like if we're at war with Iran, as we actually are right now, or
No.
Japan, Germany in World War II? There's a much higher statistical probability that, now it's not to say everyone from those countries
No.
is a terrorist or is going to be harmful, but
Yeah, would you keep out Jews from fleeing Nazi Germany? Roosevelt did, but is that right? Or Manzanar and the Japanese internment camps were based upon an irrational fear of native-born but Japanese ancestry individuals, and those things are not warranted. But if your country is possibly going to be invaded, it's not statistics. You have to intercept intelligence or have some reason to believe that there's going to be a problem. Now, if you're Israel, you've got plenty of reason to believe. You have knowledge, you have certainty. Every day you wake up to mortar attacks from the surrounding countries. So it's known that you have to enforce certain. But the United States has a problem of terrorist entry. I don't think so. And it's enough of a order that would be in a war, and you're perfect. So, where's the problem? Anyway, yeah, in principle, if you're a war, you're your border. But that's a different situation. And it works. This is another front, right?
sure.
The whole issue of crime has been up to this monstrous as if there were huge robbery and injury, or even crime from immigrants. And even her is nothing compared to the get every year makes thousands of your dollars in taxes from you buy excess tax. The government has to. The threat that some Mexican or Bolivian gang member is going to come to the United States and rip you up. Or the thing that you guys dealing crime, you have like police, it's a problem. Which is crime isn't down for days, but if it get police and fix them, people they try these cases of he came in illegal, he was porting him, and now he's back, and he's been unfound on the street anyway. We got to stop him. No, he should be jailed. Why is he jailed? Not for illegal crimes. It's very in jail. Reasonably hard. Courts is way too slow. The judges are way too lenient. The whole process is reformed. If you worry about crime, you're silly to worry about living on the edge of a risky neighborhood. But do have lobby for that to be beefed up. Please, let's call the police. Really nice office to have a building of police with me. Multiply the court all clock. Of course, it's not a big deal. Welfare is a big deal. Socialist medicine decided what socialist medicine is like. Socialist medicine uses hugely expensive. And that whole you are not at all. States how much that was. It's crime is it's not close up to maintenance and people to live in conditions and no but it can also to those others. It's like suddenly crime is the new climate catastrophism. We're all going to die from milder temperatures. We've got to change everything about what we do because the weather's going to get a little milder. It's the same kind of history. Crime, what they're coming more very bad crime because the police and the spillers. The out of my aged brain. We'll get back to the
Okay. Before we go on, of course, what I wanted a little bit. Actually, are you for people in Objectivism and Objectivism in a free world, in a fair society? I'm happy to have open work implemented now. But today's world, I mean, productions.
Yeah, I mean, threat of jihad. Today there are a couple of shootings and campos and then 3 minutes and they're terrible. From Sierra who did that one, and they're not shooting. That's their jihadism. Think they are shooting? The answer is regime change. Don't pull back. We have to have those that way for groups that Iran sponsors. And let's put some pressure on Putin. Let's put some pressure on Xi. We don't have to go to war with them, but we have to the policy is the loop such as happens. The hard question if you're England, Muslim, and not necessarily with it, but it's should I go to we do, and I see a lot of if they will. And some people to Florida, they have not to certain but in the background, European countries not going to have their own law in certain cases. That's The murder is going to law. That is the government versus Islam. You can't put some other laws on. So if that happens, we don't have a problem. Jumping into this.
Because I'd say if neighbors then would come and take advantage of that. That's
Why would they want to? Why would they want to?
To America,
Great
right?
state. You go to North Korea. Why would they want to go? They just want to go.
They
All visitors who pass through it. And it's only made possible by the long string of capitulations to American ideas. American military action right now. Range that's really of meeting foreign nations but they had so and years in Vietnam do something. We did one thing. So training and out there. So big farm is great. It's law. It's not because it's last from the the dependency for the profit across the economy thanks to the U.S. about and the progress of this huge crop the more and deal just so if we're getting fast or here, it's basically it's to enough to 18 so we had a trust actually we start calling that really more words it will become better and understand no it's 8 weeks don't feel here that I there you want to understand people here to always the project so have the trust and everybody if you take a piece of saying get it here and children people who are not looking for us I was bring this happens maybe it's hard to think about that and not generalize it. But soon the average year, that's the case welfare is tax burden whatever writing I who just bush over for say percent every it is against but the ideas what is the Americans it's for awesome every you just say nick it is and this is these jobs that's so central that's the government so
I mean I'm going to take some marketing you have to
see so next song in is talk message who try and release it not to this to let it know if you're and I can read we will do this across the smoke take that so be careful when I say I do go on as I in that here what right to to there and also so I think it is very that and someone who's like oh grow with all bar as you get what but so next time you're not you know try to do answer like all sorts of and some for others but okay now so as you get all right it's not necessarily things trying to come in to read and because people we know who they are is and crime sin team it's plus the people are the traffic cars for some it's a bonus on the they're looking I say these teachers the journals who's actually check worse and those are that contract this is but I'm not I think towards yards for givers or anybody else. Press all it is and I like to have this and need work for like this. We have things worker. We after like that law. Oh yeah, you're right. It's mind. Street instance here that's law. Yes, it's not all America. So that's how you think okay groups. So that's how I like this rather than it. And so you go right to the designing all kinds of that it's someone there but you know therefore you have so that is your something oh system you lost yeah, we're going to play I'm going to do this. So it's yeah.
Do you want to spin this? I got to describe the show. All right, use the chats. First one is from Jason, who asked Harry, should it be open person have to be turn person?
These are pieces of the person that's back to years of the and without gives you have the and if you do anything to short more copy you know world yeah you can say that's but for so it's okay and she not hold it and the but philosophy is starting moving from obviously people learn up their things have just leave the size the actually but the part of it is extremely something is actually so everything up to I have time to it's a resolution that's just maybe I'll just deal with it. First, you should pretend to do that. That's science. And one second is first you got artists. Then I go back to the channel. They partially is in person needs people. Let first say people again. Just that person. They could say something. That's right. They said, and I of course. I'll just say this is two version you all do. First is neutral stars. We make something as straight. Just I know your shoes. I think what's happening is you press on the screen. Muslim and I be it is theology right now. I think the answer is no. But for people that keep saying but you're the part of we're really so if you're in general allows but at least how many practice how many hours well for context how many Jews live or how many Jews live there? Zero. If you ever how many is 2 million. It's race all people have to be with religion so that has to be incredible. To make